This Pendle Council livestream will start in just a few minutes. You can view tonight's meeting agenda by visiting pendle.gov.uk/meetings, where the upcoming meeting notes are available to view. We will go live very soon.
All of the future Pendle meeting agendas, as well as previous meeting reports and minutes, can be viewed on the Council website at pendle.gov.uk/meetings. Tonight's session will start shortly.
Thank you, everyone. Please take a seat. Good evening, everyone. Today is a very special day, and it's special budget council meeting Thursday, 27th February 2025. From the agenda, number one, any apologies?
Mr Mayor, apologies from councillors Richard O'Connor, Neil Butterworth and David Khalid.
No one else? Thank you. Next is declaration of interest. Members are reminded of the legal requirements concerning the declaration of interest. A member must declare a disclosure of pecuniary interest which he/she has in any item on the agenda. A member with a disclosable pecuniary interest in any item may not participate in any discussion of the matter of the meeting and must not participate in any vote taken on the matter of the meeting. In addition, the Council standing orders require a member with a disclosable pecuniary interest to leave the room where the meeting is held while any discussion or voting takes place. Yeah, Councillor Beck.
Mr. Mayor, can I disclose personal interest in item 5A, the revenue and capital budgets, as a director of the Pearl boards and also of the Pembroke joint venture.
Thank you. Councillor Nadeem.
Just through you, Mr. Mayor, can I seek clarification? Mr. Culshaw, do we all need to declare that interest, what councillors Wick and Mood have?
It is the same one.
The same one? I thought it would be done, no? Automatically. I thought because we are members, and everyone's aware of that we are members, do we have to do it individually?
It's not for your discretion,
Okay.
I would say.
Okay, I'll declare a member of Pembroke.
I'm a member of the Pearl Board.
Thank you. Right, next is number 3, recorded votes. Members are reminded that in accordance with the rule 19.4 of the Procedure Act, full council, all votes on budget issues will be recorded. This includes all motion amendments. Next is, I would like to bring item number 9, arrangement for the appointment of the interim chief executive. Councillor Whip.
Mr. Mayor, it gives me some pleasure as chair of the Senior Appointments Committee to move that we accept Lawrence Conway as the interim chief executive as set out in the report. We interviewed cross-party the other week, Friday I think it was, and I think we were all impressed with his experience, and in particular his experience as a chief executive of a district council in Cumbria, which was undergoing local reorganisation. The appointment of Mr. Conway as an interim chief executive is very timely, as the next 2 or 3 weeks are going to be critical in terms of the outcome of LGR in our area. Finally.
Thank you.
I'll happily second that. But we appoint Lawrence Conway as the interim chief executive. I think it was a unanimous decision by the panel to appoint him because he's very experienced, especially with the local government reorganisation, and he's also the private sector experience. So happy to support that. Mr. Mayor, if I may, I'd also like to, because this is our chief executive Rose Rouse last council meeting, I just want to congratulate Rose on an exciting new chapter in her career. He's dropping fresh opportunities, challenges and growth, and I know that she's excelling in the new role as she has been here in Pendle. Since Rose came to the council in May 2021, she has built a strong management team at the council and has led the organisation to deliver an ambitious local plan for Pendle Council. Rose is an engaging chief executive and has improved staff engagement and morale through staff conferences, staff briefings, development sessions and fundraisers. And in the last staff survey, satisfaction had increased significantly across the executive measures. And over the last 2 years, Rose has been chair of the Lancashire Chief Executives and the local Economic Development Directors Group. In these roles, she has worked hard to get best of Pendle and make sure our ambitious needs are not forgotten. Rose has also seen some fantastic regeneration schemes in Pendle, and it has been a fantastic leading the council. Mr Mayor, I wish Rose all the very best in the new role and on the council.
Thank you. Councillor Nadeem.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Echo what the leader has said. I was leader of the council when Rose started as chief exec. And I think Rose was somebody who brought fresh ideas, a new way of thinking to the council. And I think sometimes when we do things, generally in life as well, and the same applies to this council, when you do things in a certain way, sometimes it's good to have somebody from the outside coming in with fresh ideas and thoughts. And I think we came up with some really fantastic ideas which we're seeing the benefit of today. Work is continuing on a lot of them things, and I think particularly the corporate plan, I think, and the emphasis on the corporate plan was important. I know some members don't see it that way, but I was one of them, I think, see the importance of the corporate plan, because previously we've really not had detailed discussion on the corporate plan. There was a different way of debating things and discussing the policies and the way the council was proceeding, but I think the emphasis was made, look, the corporate plan isn't just for the shelves, it is something that we look at, and the staff, councillors, it's something that we work on a daily basis, and that should be the focus of the council. And I think it gave us some real strategic direction of the council. So I think fantastic work's been done since Rose has been here. And finally, just want to wish Rose all the very best for the future.
Thank you. Anyone else? From myself as well, I wish her all the best in her new role and also a new chapter for Rose. Thank you very much. Could we vote on the appointment? Thank you. Thank you very much. So now we go back to number 4, standing orders. Could I bring Howard to say a few words?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just to avoid, try to avoid any confusion or ambiguity here, this item appears because it has been the custom of the council that during the budget speeches of each leader presenting their budgets, they are accorded the privilege of being able to speak for longer than 5 minutes, which the rules would normally allow for making a proposal, proposing a resolution. So that's well known that that's what we do on budget day. However, I know that in fact item 5, whilst it has budgetary implications clearly, I don't think that a suspension of Rule 16.3 would be appropriate on item 5. That's my view, because I believe that a suspension of the speech rule, if I can call it that, is only appropriate for the budget speeches proper and not for this debate that will take place on the street cleansing service. So that's my advice. It is not appropriate to lift standing orders for item 5, but it's a matter for the discretion of the council if it wants to do that. It would usually, normally, lift the standing orders for item 5A. That's my advice.
Thank you. So, next is, we go on item number 5, is the... Yes.
Could I move that we're suspend Rule 16.3 for items 5 and 6?
That's got a second.
Have you got a seconder? Yeah. Can we have a vote on? All those in favour of the motion?
Kiki,
All those against?
just to clear that. It's clear, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Nadeem.
Mr Mayor, just clarification again, Howard. This item, because it's contained in the budget anyway, there's a line in the budget, would it not be sensible just to merge them together? And deal with it as part of the budget process rather than having a separate debate on it?
So I think it's a separate item on the agenda. Thank you, Nadeem. Right. Next is number 5, a review of the mechanical street cleaning compact sweepers service. At a meeting of the executive on 30 January 2025, it was resolved, number 1, that the report be received and noted by the executive, and number 2, that the report be referred to the full council for consideration, and for full council to provide a response to the over-review and scrutiny committee's recommendations. Following a scrutiny review in respect of the mechanical street cleaning compact sweeper service. Report of the head, legal and chair of the overview scrutiny committee is attached. So, nothing. So, Councillor Whip.
Well, in the absence of anybody else, Mr Mayor, can I just make a little commentary on this? Mr Mayor, the mechanical sweepers are a very popular and effective way of keeping many of our streets clean. And these were introduced back in 2003, I think it was, when there was an opportunity to use some of the outturn funds to improve the street sweeping service. And at the time, the initiative was called Pendle Pride, and the street sweeping was improved immeasurably as a consequence of the additional sweepers that were brought into use. Since then, Mr Mayor, they have made a significant contribution to the cleanliness of our borough, and because they are seen in all parts of the borough, people can see that they're getting some value for the money, and that the leafy suburbs in autumn get the leaves swept, and the areas that perhaps have town centre litter, they come and sweep up that town centre litter as well. So, Mr Mayor, they do provide a valuable service. I'm aware that there are currently problems with some staff. Unfortunately, people who've been off through illness, and I understand that one mechanical sweeper is laid up at the moment because it was used to sweep up asbestos following a fire at Valley Gardens in Van Alswick, and it's been stood in the yard ever since, untouchable as a consequence of the asbestos sweeping. So the service is a little bit depleted at the moment, and unfortunately that is showing in various places because of the reduction in capacity. And I think Councillor Lord referred to the situation off the main street in Colne, where hitherto there's been an excellent mechanical sweeper driver going down and dealing with all the stuff, and unfortunately that hasn't happened very recently. So it is a valuable service. It's one that we've had for not quite a quarter of a century, and it's one that's appreciated by residents. When it was discussed at executive, I think it was Councillor David Croven-Price said, well, residents like the big machines. I don't think he meant the big machines, he meant the little sweepers. And it was quite dismissive of their value. The impact of not strapping, but cutting 2 of these sweepers would be that the service would reduce in a significant amount of the borough, and the labour freed up as a consequence of that as I understand it, would be used to address the litter in the least clean parts of the borough, and that would mean that yet more resource was put into particular areas at the cost of other areas. We can't agree with that as a group. The immediate impact is that giving up 2 sweepers, there would be a penalty on the contract of £55,000. And given the advent of local government reorganisation, the change, there will have to be a new contract and things like that. Our group's view is that this just isn't worth the candle. If additional sweeping is necessary in some parts of the borough, there is perhaps the town deal board money, the extended town deal board that could be used for that. And so I would propose that we do not accept this recommendation. I know.
Do you have a second?
I will second that.
Thank you. Councillor Yasser Iqbal.
Councillor Coburn Price was first.
Right, okay.
Thank you. Yes, as always, it's always half a story, really. I think this paper was researched in incredible depth. We had lots of presentations at the Overview and Scrutiny meeting. It is a multi-party committee, and we put David Walker through the mill in terms of getting some understanding of what he's doing, why he's doing it, how he's doing it, how the resources are being used now, what problems are being faced. We saw lots of photographic evidence of the issue of lots and lots of cars getting in the way. Things have changed a bit since 2003. So therefore, he's proposing, as in this paper, it's a balance between mechanical sweeping and manual sweeping. Where's best for the solution? That's the way you do it. It's not a case of seeing a mechanical sweeper, it's a case of feeling the fact that the streets are now clean in the best way possible. If a vehicle can't get down because there's vehicles parked by the side, that doesn't get cleaned at all. That happens, be it in Nelson, Briarfield, Barnoldswick or Combe. You have to have the best use of your resources in the best way possible. And David Walker's analysed this, and as the officer responsible for that group of people doing that work, I think we should support him. The Overview and Scrutiny Committee unanimously, multi-party as I remember, agreed with it as well. And we worked this through and we talked about all the different ways to make it work. Yes, there is an early termination charge, which is why you see on the 4th page there, we've got a cost in year 1 of 6,000, and that's obviously feeding into the budget line. I'm pleased to see that the independent group has kept it in, just as we have, and only Councillor Witt's party has removed it. But then again, of course, you forget that years 2 and 3, you have £48,000 savings to be made. So again, it's looking forward. If you take such a short-term view to say we must keep everything right now, what you end up with is the fact that if we go bankrupt, when we get swallowed up by somebody, then somebody else just says, well, forget all that, we'll do it in the way that the officer says. And that's the best way to do it. So you'll have the cuts anyway, and they'll be out of your control. So whilst it's in our control, we should support our officer to deliver the service in the best way for the whole borough, while with each area also being responded to. If there's a whole bunch of leaves falling in autumn in the leafier parts of the borough, then of course what David Walker does is he flexes his schedule and he accommodates that. So, all perfect. So, I will be voting to support this report, and I encourage those who are on the Overview and Scrutiny and those parties that do support it to see this through.
Councillor Yasser Iqbal.
Thank you, Chair. Mr Mayor, I support what Councillor David Witt has proposed. When I looked at the minutes of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, it wasn't a surprise to see that actually the Chair, or the Assistant Review Leader, was no other than Councillor David Coburn Price. And the reason I say that is because some of the policies or suggestions that Councillor Coburn Price has made over the years have been, I'd say, probably a bit more worse than and less rational than what's been put before the committee. And he says it's unanimous and multi-party. Well, I don't think it was, because we weren't part of the Overview Committee. Well, 2 is a big number, and we'll see that today. what we can see, Chair, is this. If we look at the report, it says, by introducing these changes, it will meet the Council's priorities 1 and 2 by ensuring Council is delivering value for money, listening to people, and delivering a customer-focused ethos, developing a service, and it goes on. Well, which of them priorities, or the Council priorities, is being delivered by reducing the number of sweepers that you are now suggesting? And what made me laugh actually was what Councillor Coburn-Price said when he spoke, and this is why I invited you, Mr Mayor, to call Councillor Coburn-Price, because one, he put his hand in first, and actually wanted to hear behind the agenda what the rationale, what the thinking was behind the suggestion. Now, what he said was, it's the best use of resource. Sweepers can't clean between cars or under cars. Are you saying that the manual sweepers we now send are going to get under the cars and start? Is that what he's suggesting? Well, I've never seen that happen. I've never seen that happen, Mr Mayor. That is unrealistic. There are issues, and when sweepers do come, Mr Mayor, they come during the day normally, when actually there's less traffic. I haven't seen an issue. No resident has complained. Who has said, it says listening to people. Which constituent has said to you, actually we're happy to reduce the number of sweepers? I'd be shocked if any of your constituents, Councillor Coburn-Price, have actually asked for this reduction. It doesn't make any sense, and it's not the best use of the money. And I'm going to pick on the point what Councillor David Rick has already mentioned about the £55,000 penalty. Well, that's obviously set out in the report, but in my view, Mr Mayor, I think that the proposal Councillor Wick has said, and we shouldn't go along with the recommendation, is a sensible one. It's one which makes sense. It's the best for the constituents of Pendle. It's best for our areas, and it's best for cleanliness. That is what residents see literally day to day, is the tangible effects of this council. And if what we're saying is actually we're going to reduce the number of sweepers, more of a mess, this policy which hasn't been tested, Mr Mayor, so I would fully support Councillor Wick's proposal. Thank you.
Councillor Tom Wick.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Fully agree with the comments across the room there. Although I will say I'll give praise to the street sweeper in Bangles, Liam, who would absolutely go underneath cars. It's probably well known. Mr Mayor, I think it's made pretty clear in the reasons for the recommendation on this report, with the line, assist the Council in achieving targets of the Council's medium-term financial plan. The bottom line of this suggestion is budgetary savings, and they are savings which we don't need to make. If we want to improve services in certain parts of the borough that have greater issues with litter, there is the Nelson Town Deal Board to achieve that, deliver that. And I think we need to be clear on, why is this suggestion more effective? And I don't see that here today. Mr Mayor, I think the number of sweepers we have now provides some resiliency in the system. If you're reducing the number overall, you might make a saving, but that doesn't take into account if you have mechanical failure or any unforeseen circumstances. What would the cost be of hiring an external plant to carry out the services at the maintenance level we expect and residents expect? And I just don't see it being an effective way of increasing the street sweeping service, Mr Mayor. So I'm fully supportive of this motion.
Councillor Nadeem Ahmed.
Yes, first of all, I'd just like to pick up on the point Councillor Tom Wick made in terms of the Nelson Town Deal being asked to clean the streets. That's not their function, that's not within their remit. That's the responsibility of Pendle Council. But I think the way I look at it is, it's quite simple. We've got these mechanical sweepers across Pendle, and the current system is not working for certain areas. That's clear to see. I think just take a walk down some parts of Nelson, Bryfield, and other parts of Pendle, and clearly the current system isn't working. So what do? Do we keep doing the same thing or do we change it? And I think what the Overview and Scrutiny Committee will ask to look at is how do we try and improve the areas which are in a worse condition in terms of littering. And that's what this report and the recommendations are seeking to do. This was Overview and Scrutiny Committee consisted of councillors from the other parties. I accept Councillor Yasser Iqbal's point about the PTI group, but the other parties were involved. It was a cross-party decision, and it was unanimous. So it wasn't one particular group trying to influence other. This was cross-party role and function of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee. And I think they've come to a sensible view after researching this and speaking to officers, particularly David Walker, who we all respect in this chamber. I think all council respect him, what a hard-working officer he is of this council. So I think if someone like David Walker, who's got the best interests of Pendle at heart, is coming forward with suggestions and ideas, we should be backing him on that. So I think it's got the support of the Overview and Scrutiny Committee, it's got the support of our officers, so I would say let's move forward and support the recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Mr. Martin Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, it's not often that I disagree with Councillor Iqbal. However, as has been pointed out, this work in the Overview and Scrutiny Committee was a unanimous piece of work, and it was not motivated by cost savings. It was motivated by deploying the existing resource in the most efficient way to produce the cleanest streets across Pendle. Now, I point councillors to a section in the report, a crucial section in the report, which explains why the proposal is to replace one of the mechanical sweepers with manual. And it relates, it states very clearly, it states that there is a high level of on-street parking in some areas with narrow streets, which means that those sweepers cannot access those areas. So, what is proposed here is that instead those areas are serviced more effectively in a way that works better for residents by the drivers manually sweeping, being redeployed to manually work those areas. Now, that seems to me a very sensible proposal. It's a proposal to utilise the resource we have in the most efficient way for the benefit of all the residents, and including the residents of Nelson. And as Nadine pointed out, of course, the Nelson Town View Board does not have a mandate to spend money providing a service that should be provided by Pendle. So, Mr. Mayor, this is in fact a very sensible proposal, and as Councillor Coburn-Price rightly said, it's a cross-party piece of work, and it is not motivated by financial concerns. It's motivated to ensure that all areas, all the diverse areas of Pendle, receive the best waste collection and street sweeping service that they can.
Councillor Neem Ashraf.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's not every day myself and the only member of PTR Council so disagree with Councillor Yasser Iqbal. But I think today I am going to be disagreeing with him. I wholeheartedly agree with what Councillor Nadeem and the Conservatives are actually saying, because on many occasions on a Tuesday in Briarfield we have the road sweeper. You can't get anywhere simply because the back streets, there's cars parked in there, front streets, it's very, very difficult, and they don't actually get, you can't actually get out and then get under a car or whatever. But I think we are desperately needing somebody else to actually, the two extra cleaners to actually help, rather than the mechanical sweepers, because at this present time in Briarfield and Readley we only have one cleaner, Adam, who's doing an absolutely fantastic job, but it's just not enough. And like, for example, this Tuesday, I don't think we had a sweeper. Well, I didn't see one on my side of Bradford. I don't know about Readley. But wholeheartedly, I think I will be supporting this, and I'll be voting against Councillor David Whip. And he's mentioned the Nelson deal. As Councillor Nadine Mohammed said, it's not for that, it's not, the money's not there for that. And what about Briarfield then? Briarfield's not part of the Nelson deal. So what would happen with Briarfield, or does Briarfield not exist for Councillor David Whip? Thank you.
Councillor Brian Newman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As I represent some of the rural areas, the sweepers are the only part that we get for having the leaves clean and the roads swept. I cannot see why you want to reduce something that's doing a good job, and yet I cannot see a manual road sweeper coming all the way up the fence to sweep the roads. No, that is not acceptable. So,
That's a good point.
okay, thank you.
Councillor Zafar Ali.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As portfolio holder for this particular provision, I think it's only right that I comment on some of the remarks made here and, of course, of the previous executive. It's blatantly obvious we're politically split on what should be the right mechanism for street cleaning, and what's obvious, furthermore, is this particular proposal and recommendations is not one which fits the whole of the borough. It may well fit certain parts of the borough, and unfortunately some other parts may obviously require slightly additional measures. And as I say, as portfolio holder for this provision, I am looking, regardless of the outcome of the budget item when it comes along to the budget speeches on this issue, I am looking to take matters further with David Walker, to look at answering some of the concerns that we raised here tonight.
Councillor Ruby Noor.
I feel like I should talk because I'm also on the overview and scrutiny committee, and I think one of the frustrations that we have is in terms of the litter is the ward that I'm in is quite bad, putting it lightly, for littering in general. And one of the biggest issues that I get in terms of residents getting in touch is always about litter. They are sick to death. And I'm sick to death of actually hearing about it as well. So when we came to the overview scrutiny, we were actually genuinely having a really good discussion about how we can tackle it. And like everybody else, we've got very different views around the room in terms of how to tackle it. But what we do know is, in the current system that we've got, if it worked with the sweepers that we had and the system that we had, we wouldn't have a litter problem. And yet still we have a massive issue. And not only, especially in the areas where there's lots of food businesses, where it's also attracting rats. So it's something that needs to be dealt with quite quickly. And we're not always going to agree with which area needs what type of service. But what we do know is that the system that we've got isn't working. And when we did get together, we did discuss issues like that have been mentioned here today in terms of sweepers not getting to the places where the actual litter accumulates. If you go anywhere, the actual road that you drive on doesn't have any litter. So when your sweeper is going through, what is it actually cleaning up? And I have regular walks when I see the sweepers and I think, yeah, they're just going along the road, probably picking up one or two things. What a waste of money. So when you're talking about these reductions, it isn't a reduction to try to save money, although if that happens, that's a bonus. But it's trying to find ways, and I guess the other frustrating thing is on the overview and scrutiny committee, is that yes, we have people from all political parties representing their group, but it doesn't necessarily mean that the rest of the group will agree. And that again is because, depending on their own wards, everybody's got a different stance on it. So it'll be interesting how the councillors around the room vote tonight. But I think going forward, whatever the outcome is, it does need to be discussed quite urgently. And whatever the service is, whatever the portfolio holder can, you can kind of have further discussions with David Walker, but I think it needs to be quite immediate and it has to be a changed service. It can't be the same that carries on.
Thank you. Anyone else? Councillor Whip.
If I may respond to the debate, Mr. Mayor, which I thought was quite helpful, the issue isn't the first time that we've actually addressed this. A few years ago, under the Conservatives, they did cut a street sweeper at the time. There was supposed to be a saving, but the sweeper didn't disappear. They found out belatedly that there was a penalty to pay on the contract, and the sweeper sat unused in the yard. Meanwhile, there was uproar in places like Folridge, Trawden, Kelbrook, a Higham Fence, where they never saw the sweeper. For months on end, the sweeping service ceased. And I fear that that's what we would be going back to. And the points are well made about there being necessity for additional sweeping. Councillor Anwar said that very eloquently. And I would say, well, if we need to have additional manual sweeping, let's include it in the budget to employ additional manual sweepers. Not rob the service from other parts of the borough in order to enhance the service elsewhere. The previous cut was quite disastrous. One of the things I noticed with the mechanical sweepers and the drivers that come around the areas, Earby and Barnoldswick, that I see, is that they're not shy to go on the pavements. And when I come to Nelson Town Hall, I notice that the surrounding streets have quite a lot of litter on the pavements. And generally, the pavements are wide enough for the sweepers to go down the pavements and actually sweep them. And it may be that different drivers do different things, but that is an opportunity that clearly is being missed at the moment if they're just driving down the middle of the street. So I think there are ways and means with the current equipment, but if people are serious about enhancing the service, and I mentioned the extended town deal, within that, I'm not part of that now, but at the beginning, the street scene, the pride, the cleanliness was a big issue. So I don't see why that couldn't contribute to an enhanced service. But the point about Pride Field is well made. That isn't obviously in the town deal. Part of the iniquity of the setting town against town with those town deal funding decisions. So perhaps, Mr Mayor, the way forward on this is not to put the sweepers, but to look in the budget discussions that we're going to have in a few minutes' time to enhancing the manual sweepers so that we actually have the bum and the apron and perhaps not as much litter on the street.
Thank you, Councillor Witt. Could we go for the vote? Yeah.
Mr Mayor, this will be an end vote, it'll be having budgetary implications. So it's the customary. Yeah, sorry, I'll just clarify what I understand Councillor Whip has proposed. My understanding is that Councillor Whip was proposing a negative, effectively, that the Council do not accept the recommendations contained in the report of the overview of the scrutiny committee on the Council Whip to. Yeah, that is what is before the Council. So if you're in favour of Councillor Whip's motion, then say for. If you're against Councillor Whip's motion, then say against when your name is called. Councillor Adnan Mohammed.
Against.
Councillor Ahmad Faraz.
Against.
Councillor Ahmed Nadeem.
Against.
Councillor Ahmed Sajjad.
Against.
Councillor Ali Zafar.
Against.
Councillor Anna Mohammed.
Against.
Councillor Anwar Ruby.
Against.
Councillor Ashraf Naeem.
Against.
Councillor Aslam Mohammed.
Against.
Councillor Church Chris.
For.
Councillor Coburn Price David.
Against.
Councillor Coleman Price Sarah.
Against.
Councillor Hanif Mohammed.
Against.
Hartley David.
For.
Iqbal Mohammed.
Against.
Iqbal Yasser.
For.
Kaleem Mohammed.
Against.
Land Susan.
For.
Lord Dorothy.
For.
Mahmoud Asjad. Newman Brian.
For.
Salter Kevin.
Against.
Strickland Mick.
For.
Stone Martin.
Against.
Sutler Bash.
Against.
Tennant Yvonne.
Against.
Wick David.
For.
Wick Tom.
For.
You having patience while we count. Against.
19 against, 9-4 as lost. Thank you, everyone. Next is we're going for the 5A General Fund Revenue and Capital Budget 2025-26 and Medium Term Financial Forecast 2025-26 to 2027-28. Councillor Whip.
Mr Mayor, thank you very much. The Liberal Democrats are proposing a radical change to the Council's priorities. We propose investment to bring hundreds of empty houses back to life, providing homes to be used as temporary accommodation and additional social housing. This will reduce pressure on greenfield building, reduce the cost of homelessness and the number of people becoming homeless here in Pendle. We propose further investment in our leisure facilities to make them more environmentally and financially sustainable, following the £1 million agreed at last year's budget. This has allowed us to bid for over £2 million of public sector decarbonisation funding, and with the decision expected in May, we're optimistic that we'll have an investment of over £2.5 million in that energy saving project. We are proposing rewilding at Nelson Golf Course and neighbouring Gib Hill, with investment in a program of biodiversity net gain, which will bring future income and help keep that hillside green. We propose further investment to repair town centres in Bonalswick, Brinefield, Councillor Ashram, and Earby. We want to begin work on a crematorium for Pendle. We will achieve this by scrapping plans for a multi-million-pound waste transfer station and scaling back Nelson's proposed new cemetery. Pendle Council needs to adapt. Local government reorganisation requires us to reset and reconsider our priorities. What we can do in the next 3 years is what we should be focusing on. Waste transfer is a prime example. Lancashire County Council shouldn't be shunting waste costs onto Pendle residents. And with local government reorganisation, the pattern of waste collection and disposal may change radically. It's foolish to spend millions on something that may well be a white elephant in 4 years' time. Our budget builds on the work of the last 2 years to protect our services and have a financially sustainable budget. In spite of well over £1 million having to be found to meet the unbudgeted revenue costs of ill-thought-out town deal and levelling up programmes by the previous administration, these council's finances have been kept on an even keel. These unbudgeted costs include £500,000 to finish Colne Unit, Pendle Rise revenue costs of £500,000, and the temporary accommodation for Colne Market of £370,000. That's £1.37 million of unbudgeted, unanticipated costs that we inherited from the previous administration. As a shared administration, we managed to accommodate those costs, and this financial year the financial outcome is not going to be as good as what we would have wished, but it's not going to leave a huge hole in the council's reserves. The Pendle Rise situation in particular is sucking in resources that leave other parts of Pendle short-changed, despite the Nelson Town deal supposedly consuming its own smoke, according to a former Director of Resources. We've also made a start at clearing up the mess left by the Conservatives at the sports and leisure centres. We've carried out essential repairs that were axed under the Tories and made a start on energy-saving measures. An example is the sports hall roof at Colne, which should have been done years ago, but was cancelled as part of a £860,000 cuts under the pound foolish Conservatives. The cost of roofing work more than doubled to over £200,000 because they axed the work when they were in charge. And the financial pressures are amplified with the government cutting grants, a loss of £204,000, adding costs with their national insurance changes, which the net cost is £166,000, and short-changing us on homeless housing costs of £89,000, including other grant cuts. That's £500,000 that the residents of Pendle are worse off because of the current Labour government. The government then tells this council and other councils to put up the council tax to help bridge the gap. Talk about backdoor taxation. Unfortunately, all that the long-suffering council taxpayer sees is bigger bills and fewer services. At Band D level, that's £14 a year extra for the police, £5 extra for fire, and a whopping £82.50 for Lancashire County Council, with Pendle Council adding £8.93 to the total increase. With our proposals, there are no cuts in services. There will be improvements in dealing with empty homes and recycling. Our priorities will reprioritise what the council should be doing and where it should be doing it. All parts of Pendle will see investment and benefit from services rather than resources being concentrated solely in the urban centre. I'd like to thank the finance team for all their hard work, all the people who have boots on the grounds, the street sweepers that we've just been talking about, all the other people who are out there in all weathers, emptying bins, looking after the parks and doing all the other necessary work on the ground. I'd like to thank the service managers And I'd like to thank the councillors who've taken part in the budget discussions over the year. I commend our budget to the council, Mr Mayor. People have the details in front of us. I would like to emphasise the fact that this is a budget for all parts of Pendle. It does not cut any services, and it redirects investment away from a municipal folly of the waste transfer station to real benefits for local people and real benefits for local communities, real benefits for local facilities. As I say, Mr Mayor, I move.
Do you have a seconder? Thank you. Any speakers? Councillor Nadeem Ahmed.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So we've had the radical budget proposals from the Liberal Democrats. I'll start off.
Are you debating or are you going to put your budget?
Oh, we're not discussing the Liberal Democrat budget?
Yeah, that's what you're doing.
Yeah, that's what we're doing. Yeah. So we first heard about the empty homes policy, bringing empty homes back into life. I think that's been a policy of this council for many, many years under different administrations. So I don't think there's anything new there. We've heard about the leisure facilities. Again, nothing new there. The Liberal Democrats seem to be blaming the previous administration, the Conservative administration, I think Councillor Whitby is referring to, for the condition of our buildings, our leisure facilities across Pendle. The fact is, the leisure facilities, the buildings, have been neglected for many, many years, decades in fact, and that's the reason they're in the condition that we found them in. And it's our administration that we started the process of having real, frank and honest discussions about leisure facilities which have been lacking for many, many years. So I think it's quite easy to come and say, yeah, blame the 2 years of the Conservative administration for all the faults in the leisure facilities. That isn't the case. And one of the shocking things we found when we took control was the boilers in the leisure facilities which were failing and costing the council lots of money. And just to come and simply say, yeah, that 2-year period is to blame is factually incorrect. And what we've had from the radical budget is cuts. Cuts to Nelson Golf Club, cuts to the new Nelson Cemetery. And if it was up to the Lib Dems, they'd get rid of the Nelson Cemetery, which we worked, as a Conservative administration, worked really, really hard for, to try and proceed with the need for the community, not just for Nelson, because there seems to be this debate about it's always resources being put into Nelson. Let's make it clear, the cemetery is for everyone across Pendle, it's not just for Nelson. We've heard about how other parts of Pendle are being shortchanged because of the cost of the council taking control of Nelson Town Centre Pendle Rise shopping centre. But what the Lib Dems don't tell you is the money that's in the bank is bringing in interest which exceeds the cost of running the centre. And we don't hear that. In terms of the overall budget, it's all about blame, blame, blame. Yeah. As usual, we've heard that for decades in this council chamber. What we should be focusing on is things we can actually control and what we should be doing. And when will the Lib Dems actually take responsibility for anything at all? Do they ever accept responsibility? And I can guarantee this, they've been in more shared administrations than probably the other parties put together. So I think just to blame everybody else but themselves, I think is, again, not correct. So I think the radical change which is being proposed by it's not radical at all. It's just the usual blame culture that we hear year on year.
Councillor David.
Thank you. Yes, just a couple of points to make, really. We've talked about leisure centres and the amount of money that they cost and the amount of money that they need investing in them. It is a slightly bottomless thing, and I know the previous joint administration did kick the can down the road a lot in terms of having lots more reviews, lots more where do we find some grants, where do we find this. A reminder that it was the Conservative group that pushed for the recruitment of the Climate Change Officer, and we've empowered them as part of the Climate Change Working Group to actually apply for these public sector decarbonisation grants. And I believe at least 4 grants have possibly gone in. So it's actually doing something because of the fact that we've taken some action. That's the only way you can reduce utility bills and make these things a little bit more affordable. When it comes to empty homes, I think in our budgets that come later, we've all got a support for the empty homes officer being recruited, so that's a good thing. We all see that's an important thing to do. Just to give you some examples about what we're doing at Cone Area now, the Conservative councillors on Cone Area have been doing a sort of troubleshooting area. Because one thing we found out is that Pendle Council have 2 different databases, as you might expect, different departments. The council tax database will tell you if somebody is not paying council tax for a certain property, because it's empty perhaps, and the housing team will tell you whether a house is empty and it's got an improvement notice on it. But the two don't talk to each other. So what we've been able to do is to actually do an entire tour of the whole of the town of Cone and come up with empty house priority lists. Big long list of houses, big long list of them. We've investigated them all. We've come up with our, I'll call it top 40, but it's really bottom 40, I suppose, in terms of the ones to be targeted. They're the ones that need focus. So yes, we support an investment in empty homes. The idea of having a compulsory purchase fund, I think, is a good one, and it's something we've mentioned in previous years. We talked about having this fund. Several properties in Nelson over the years have been compulsory purchased, reconditioned, brought back into line again. There's one just round the corner from the town hall here, which has actually been bought by a different council. Rossendale Council, I believe, bought it. And they've converted it, brought it back to life again, and got it back into circulation again. That's the sort of thing we should be doing. So we certainly support action in that one, and we as the Conservatives have been leading on that in our area. So otherwise, in terms of the spend, I noticed that the Lib Dem budget is only balanced by bringing forward all the EPR grant money. The budget, as originally drafted by the officers, only had a 60% recognition of that, because of course the project is ongoing. We don't know how much will be needed in year 2, year 3. We don't know if the grant money, which has been calculated by government, grand total of 897,000, the Lib Dems want to take it all right now, because that way we can pay for some things right now. But obviously the officers recommend that we phase this because we don't know what's guaranteed for the future. So slightly, spend, but not good overall.
Any more speakers? Do you want to respond, Councillor Wade?
Yes, if I may. Councillor Ahmed said there's nothing new with empty homes. Well, in our budget there's £1 million in order to get compulsory purchase orders carried out. That's what's new, Councillor Ahmed. Action, not words.
Same old story.
Councillor Ahmed also says that they began the job of rectifying problems with the leisure buildings. And he said that the boilers were in shocking condition. Now, Councillor Tombick and myself remember this very, very well, because we fought it every step of the way. Because the Conservative group, and it's all part of the public record, actually axed £862,000 of investment that was due to go into leisure buildings. And one of those investments would have been ground source heat pumps at the West Craven pool in Balhallswick. They scrapped that, and yes, subsequently new boilers were fitted. but they are gas guzzling boilers that are contributing to the climate crisis, when there was an opportunity to have renewable energy sources that would have heated the pool without destroying the environment. So how they can stand here and say, well, we began the job. You cut the budget, £800,000. And I'd reflect, part of the cuts was the roof at the sports hall at Colne. And instead of costing just over £100,000, it was done this last year, and it was, I forget the exact figure, but it was in the order of £225,000. And whether that includes fees or it's plus fees, I'm not really sure. But if it's plus fees, it's £250,000. So, because of their dalliance and because of their not getting on with it, we ended up paying twice as much out in that sort of pound foolish approach that the Conservatives have. The cemeteries, look, we know the issues with cemeteries. We beg to differ. We think we can do things differently. We do want to progress the crematorium, and we've put money, hard money, into the budget proposal so that we can progress that as a project. Councillor David Coburn-Price says that the joint administration kicked the can down the road. Well, I'm sorry, but if ploughing £2 million into refurbishing, renewing and making our leisure centres, sports centres more energy efficient and doing the essential repairs that should have been done back in the Conservative day, is kicking the can down the road. Well, I will happily kick a can down the road because I see that as being positive action to deal with the issues that have been avoided and failed to be grasped by the previous people. Councillor David Coburn-Price also says that they had mentioned having a fund to deal with empty homes. Well, we're not mentioning having a fund to deal with empty homes. We're proposing £1 million budget to actually make it happen. As for the extended producer responsibility fund, that is a tax. There will be payments to Pendle Council in future years, and my discussions with people who are paying that tax here in Pendle to the tune of £100,000 are such that I said what I said, are you going to cut your packaging? And they said, certainly not. We've got very expensive items. We want our packaging to look after them. I said, well, are you going to try and reduce that tax? And they said, no, we're an ethical supplier. We believe in paying our taxes, and we will continue to use the same amount of packaging. We'll pay the tax, and we'll take it on the chin. So the worry that all of a sudden this money is going to stop coming in is unfounded. And I just remind people that we do have one of the biggest packaging producers in the region here in Nelson. Are they still called Smurfits? But I assume they're still there and they haven't gone bust. But, you know, really to say, oh, well, this money's going to disappear is completely rubbish. Mr Mayor, I haven't gone into the detail of this proposal as I could have done. People watching this online, whatever, may not have the grasp of everything, but I've outlined the headlines, and I hope that at least some of this will be adopted by the Council in due course.
Could we have the next budget from the Conservative Party?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. First of all, I'd like to take this opportunity of thanking all our staff who worked immensely hard throughout the year. So even though the Liberal Democrats have recently broken up the coalition with the independents that formed the administration, we've looked back on what's actually been achieved by the administration to try in any way to balance the budget and put the council on an even keel to survive and to keep delivering high quality services. And well, we found nothing. Nothing at all. This year's numbers are only held up by the interest earned on the monies gathering dust in the council's bank account, saved by delayed project spending and high interest rates. That's no way to run any sort of business. But it's catching up on you on when the Corn Levelling Up projects and the Nelson Town Deal projects, both funded by significant amounts of money provided by the previous Conservative government, progress further and are delivered, your irresponsible budgeting will be fully exposed. You really must be big supporters of Lancashire's devolution deal, and your aim is seemingly to leave our reserves empty before just handing the keys over. You have no sense of pride in our borough. The recent executive meetings we've seen feel like they're just going through the motions, merely treading water and not deciding anything. Pendle needs ambition, creativity, flexibility, energy and action. I can see none of it. The budgets tabled by the Independents and the Lib Dems tonight clearly illustrate this. As usual, the Independents want to spend, 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 playing fast and loose with residents' money. A bunch of made-up schemes with no flesh on their bones. Meanwhile, the Lib Dems are at least showing some focused creativity, even though they can only pay for it by believing they can shout for more EPR grant against officers' recommendations. That's the approach that got nowhere last year with the Liberator contract. What's that famous phrase about the definition of madness? My Conservative group are bursting with ideas to help address some of the issues we're facing, both in the short term and in future years. We want to be in a position to take advantage of the opportunities in our corporate plan and around the Nelson Town Deal, the Corn Levelling Up programme and the master plans in Bonoswick, Earby and Clone. We support the Council's corporate plan and its vision for our borough, and our group has made several budget proposals to reflect its themes and actions. In particular, we want to see clean streets. We encourage development of brownfield sites in our local plan, not have developers preferring to build over our greenfields. We want new officers in place to target empty blighted homes, to value our heritage and to help residents with the pre-application planning advice process. We need the prompt delivery of the new cemetery at Halifax Road. And last but not least, Pendle should be playing a leading role in addressing the climate emergency crisis and to seek grants to make savings. We need to focus on improving debt collection, controlling area committee and other discretionary spending, rolling out the asset management and asset transfer plans quickly, and having better use of council buildings here in Nelson. We still have to have ongoing negotiations with our outsourced partners, Pendle Leisure Trust and Liberator, to control and ideally reduce their costs. Just as we need to continue with the transformation programme our Conservative group instigated to deliver financial savings and positive changes to the way we deliver services effectively and efficiently. It is vital for councillors to seize the opportunity to make changes to our budget thanks to the extra interest income we're earning, as kicking the can down the road yet again by not addressing core costs and charges will inevitably lead to bankruptcy. I sense the Independent and Liberal groups do not appreciate this and seem happy to tread water. This is a bad and a short-term approach. We must make responsible financial decisions, and we support the increase in council tax by 2.99%. Unlike the hope of the Independent group last year, when they were members of the Labour Party, there is no sign of Keir Starmer riding in on his white charger with loads of free money. Accordingly, I commend and recommend the Conservative group budget to councillors.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder?
Well, this evening we'll see a miracle if we can all agree on a budget. given the wide range of approaches we all seem to be taking. One thing's for sure, we have some significant financial challenges. I'm sure you've all read the paper. Pages 7 to 10 has lots of them in there. We can't ignore them, we can't hide them, we can't run from them, and unfortunately they're likely to get bigger every day. This new Labour government makes up new ways to get people to pay for their policies. To keep delivering high quality services for our residents and to keep control of our resources and actions with the very real threat of a Section 114 notice having to be issued by our Director of Resources, I refer you to page 13 of the report, down at the bottom there. We need to keep Pendle Council afloat, solvent, balancing its budget for a number of years in the run-up to Lancashire's devolution. Nor do we wish to simply limp into that new structure as the poor and deprived borough with no money. We should have pride in our assets, pride in our services and pride in our resources. We've been living off the increased interest rates, delivering investment income into our bank account on those balances that have been temporarily inflated and continue to be by the grants received from the Conservative government for significant projects like the Nelson Town deal and the Cone Levelling Up Fund. The current administration, which has only fallen apart recently, flinched from difficult decisions, kicked the financial can down the road. There's no point concentrating on peripheral areas, they're just one-offs. We need to be addressing the core of the council funding and activities. Now, our proposed budget, like last year, has a long list of ideas, thoughts, costed and approved by the financial officers, thank you very much, to deliver a grand total of £464,000 of extra savings and income in 25-26. As the MTFF highlights, the council's funding position will worsen in 26-7 and beyond, and if you roll forward our proposed budget, it would generate over £1 million of improvements the year after, and then even more the year after that. That's being financially responsible. Doing what we can do to balance that budget, that's good for the borough and good for our residents. I second the Conservatives' proposed budget.
Councillor T. Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's funny, Councillor Nadeem Ahmed brings up the definition of madness. And for those familiar with the phrase, it's trying the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result. Mr. Mayor, this is a copy-paste budget of the Conservative budget for, I can't count how many years, Mr. Mayor. And half the stuff on it, they've tried before, it even got implemented, and it didn't work.
It's good though.
District enforcement. That contract was scrapped after years and years of residents. It just did not work, and yet you're proposing again to implement it. You're trying the same things over and over again, expecting a different result. That is madness. Mr. Mayor, the bright ideas, I don't think that were outlined really. Half of that list is just cuts. That's not bright ideas for how we can develop and innovate on what this council is providing. That's not delivering on empty homes. Mr. Mayor, the budget includes £47,000 revenue budget for a brownfield site development fund, but there's nothing in the capital programme. What's it going to do? Unlike the Liberal Democrat budget, which has our CPO scheme for the empty homes, which is a deliverable and meaningful idea, which we can implement tonight. Mr. Mayor, the Conservatives in the motion and seconded referred to going against officer recommendations. They're proposing £5,000 of the revenue budget for an archaeology service, one which our head of planning and regulatory services says not needed at all. At all. I think it's completely fair. They're proposing savings implying transfer of car parks, Mr. Mayor. But none of the town councils who they're proposing the transfer of car parks to, have any line in their budgets for taking on the car parks. It's a nonsense. If you want to enter meaningful talks to do that transfer, it needs to be a multi-year process. And just saying you'll make a saving in year for town and parish councils which have already set their budgets for this next year is a complete nonsense and is a budget line that will just not be met for income savings. Mr. Mayor, I don't see what the Conservatives are trying to do here tonight. They've just brought it out of from last year, stuck a couple of things on, and said jobs are good, and they're calling it bright ideas. I cannot see that at all. Thank you.
Councillor M. Iqbal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'll be voting against the Conservative group's budget, but just pick up on some things. I mean, who remembers when they were in control last, the big idea was to employ consultants to identify £500,000 worth of cuts. Well, that went pear-shaped very quickly, Mr. Mayor. But if you look at any budget, you know, whether it's the town council, borough council, county council, and even household budget, the last thing that you put in a budget is TBC. TBC means that basically they put it in as a bright idea, but haven't even thought about in terms of what savings or what income will be generated. Well, let's just pick two of the things which are the biggest ideas of the Conservative group. They want to bring back the doomed district enforcement team again, I think, to penalise Pendle residents. That will save or generate £30,000. But more importantly, what Councillor Ahmed and his colleagues seem to forget is that as a result of their last government's decisions, hard-pressed Pendle residents have been suffering and still suffering the cost of living crisis. So what are the Conservatives proposing? A more robust approach to debt collection. So employ more bailiffs to go after hard-pressed Pendle residents to collect some debts that they can't even afford to pay. I would urge Council to vote against this budget.
Councillor Yasser Iqbal.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, Mr. Mayor. I think, as Councillor Colin Price says, I agree with him that it'd be very interesting to see whether we can agree on anything tonight. I think the Constitution says that we have to perhaps extend the meeting after 11. I think we'll be here for at least that time, unfortunately. I hope we can agree on something, but I can't agree on this budget which has been suggested by the Conservative group, even though Councillor Ahmed very eloquently articulated his points. Now, one of the things, can I just say at the outset, is that since I've been a councillor, since that coincides with the previous Conservative government, there has been talk about pessimism and how the council is going to go bankrupt next year, the year after, and council tax keeps increasing every year. Now, it's been suggested now at the maximum 2.99%. And every year, we seem to cut. We provide less services to our residents, increase council tax. Now, that is a fault of successive governments, I accept. You may have seen our local MP, Mr. Jonathan Hinder, one of the local MPs, has compared on his Facebook an article from, or a council tax from Kensington, I think it's a Grade B property, which was worth £1 million. Their cost is £1,000 council tax. The equivalent in Pendle was something in the region of 3 or 3,500, maybe more, I can't remember. And he says that he's going to fight this battle with the government. Well, I've not heard him say this. It's very nice for him to say it coincidentally at the same time as people are going to start feeling the budget, the council tax increase. Why is there this disparity, Mr. Mayor, between Kensington, the leafy suburbs of London, of Cheshire, of other parts, and the most deprived areas? I don't think Coburn Price is like the leafy Cheshire part, I'm not sure why. But what I'm trying to say really is, it may not be the leafy parts of Cheshire, but there are other parts where the council tax is at significantly less deprived, whereas places like Pendle, or neighbouring towns, Burnley, Rosendale, Blackburn, wherever, get less income from the government, and they expect us to increase by 2.99% every year. And we can see, can't we, on the page 2 of the report, that county council is going to increase by its maximum, the police tram commissioner and the fire and rescue authority. Now, there has to come a point, Mr. Mayor, that we register our, I don't think we do actually, I'm going to say we register our protest against the increase in council tax. I don't think we do it enough, and it's telling that the MP has now decided to highlight the point. Maybe it's election coming up in a couple of weeks. That might be the reason why he's highlighting it. Maybe that coincides with today's meeting and the fact that I accept this council has probably no choice but to increase council tax by the maximum allowed before a referendum. So that is a point which, Mr Mayor, we as, and I think I've got an assurance from my deputy leader that he will support me in this, on this particular point. Of course, we have a democracy and we vote item by item, and we have, so he's back on board. That was a short-lived protest. I'm not sure what the honorary members are going to do, but we'll see. So that's the council tax point, Mr Mayor. The other point is this. When we look at the growth element in the Conservative budget, it says Marsden Golf Course. It's allowed at £100,000. Now, the question you have to ask yourself is this, Mr Mayor. Have you had a discussion with the officers, like other people have? How many members does Marsden Golf Course have? Less than 100. So you are basically saying for each member, £1,000, probably more, for each member. So for 100 people, less than 100 people, you want to pay £100,000. And I'm sure the leader will come on to his budget, but I actually agree with the independent group on this point, that there's zero. The Liberal Democrats are 15,000 again. It's better than 100,000. It's obviously not being thought through, Mr Mayor. And very finally, before the light goes red, is, and in fact, I'm not sure that it should be on.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, it should have been, so I can carry on. Thank you. I won't take some time because I know we're short of time. The other point is this, is the Conservative budget wants now to charge for bulky waste and replacement bins. We've discussed this a number of times, Mr Mayor, well, years and years, but within the last 12 months. They want to keep bringing this back. They want to charge residents more and provide less. Increase council tax, which I've touched upon. The same old Conservatives, unfortunately. These aren't policy. To use as Councillor Whitman used to say, thrown in the back of a fag packet. So he's not said that this time. Maybe, in fact, he's not spoken yet, so he might say it. I'm not sure. These policies, Mr Mayor, aren't policies ideas which are new or innovative or radical. And that's not the word that Councillor Coburn-Price or Councillor Ahmed used, but that's effectively what he was saying. So how can we support that, Mr Mayor? We certainly can't. In terms of the cemetery I agree with Councillor Ahmed. We are in agreement with the Halifax Road Cemetery. This has been a discussion again in the last 12 months. And I take Councillor Iqbal's point about, it says TBC. Well, it's just been thrown in the mix and we'll work it out later. We haven't got the time, or we don't have the resource or the ability to kind of balance the budget. So we will be voting against this budget, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Whip.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just to add to the comments about the £100,000 the Conservatives want to use to subsidise the golf course, because it'd be £100,000 this year, it would be £100,000 a year after that, and so on and so on and so forth. And on top of that, the equipment is clapped out, so you'd have to have a massive investment in new equipment. And of the fewer than 100 members, quite a few of those are from outside Pendle. So you're subsidising people who don't contribute in Pendle, and there are 15 golf courses within easy distance. So it's not as though it's a unique activity. Our proposals do keep that area green and ensure that in the short term that we can look after it and make sure that the buildings aren't trashed and become a hazard. But, Mr Mayor, the Conservative group is playing fantasy finance they're suggesting spurious savings that have no basis in reality. And as Councillor Tommy said, they're combining that with old chestnuts and just brute cuts. And one of the cuts that hasn't been mentioned is the £71,000 being slashed from the area committee budget, which is probably one of the most useful things that Pendle Council does at the local level, because they're able to respond to those issues that people feel strongly about. The one that really blows my gasket is £150,000 saving by applying for climate grants. But they don't include anything in the capital programme to actually match fund the grants that might be applied for. Now, in the real world, the shared administration applied for over £2.5 million worth of climate grants, and hopefully May will get a good result, and the near £500,000 that we're having to put into that will be money well invested by this council. But that's £500,000 that the Liberal group put into the budget last year. Without the money going into the budget in the first place, we couldn't have applied for the grants. So, Mr Mayor, it's another fantasy that the Conservatives are pursuing. And they include a fantasy saving of £150,000. But we've already taken into account the energy cost reductions that will come from the grants that we've applied for. And it just really is unrealistic to, in February, to say, well, we're going to save £150,000 because we're going to apply for some grants. It takes time, it takes months. It takes months to get them approved, it takes months to get them implemented. And the ones that we've already implemented are already built into budgets and assumed savings that the Leisure Trust will get. Another fantasy is increasing income from planning application pre-app advice. Well, you can lead horses to water, but as we've found by the proposals that they put forward previously, you can't make people drink. So, mind you, this Conservative budget could drive people to drink if we're not careful. The gesture on the more robust approach to council tax collection. Well, if I'd have been the Conservative group, I would have not gone anywhere near council tax collection at this meeting this evening, given the experience that we've just had with non-collection from one of their former members. I'm just looking down. You want to penalise Nelson Town Council which would be doing the exact reverse, which would be encouraging Nelson Town Council to take more of this building on. There are spurious savings by flogging off land and buildings, none of which are agreed. But I don't know whether they've noticed that property and legal people are fully occupied and over-occupied by dealing with all the fallout from Pendle Rise. And are you really going to take them off that project, which is going to cost us another £250,000 this year anyway? You're going to delay it by another 6 months, cost us another £250,000. It's not going to happen. It's completely bonkers. You've got a thing which is a Mealy Mound line, revisit and reprice cemetery fees to factor in appropriate land values, people costs and material costs. Well, instead of that Mealy Mound response, why don't we just support our 10% increase? Because that's straightforward and actually starts to redress the problem. And then, to be confirmed, plan to extract capital or revenue from Pearl joint ventures. Well, the sale of Brinefield Mill joint venture is in progress as we speak. At present, the loans outstanding on other assets mean it doesn't stack up to sell them. We want to retain some control over Hartley Square in Combe, and the best bet will be to have future revenue streams coming from that. But with the advent of local government reorganisation, that big thing that's happening, we might also want to localise our holdings in those joint ventures to keep local control when we get gobbled up by a monster authority, which apparently Councillor David Price is looking forward to, because he says when Lancashire devolution comes on, it's not devolution, it's centralisation, and it's wrong, and it shouldn't be happening, and you're supporting it. Ridiculous.
Councillor Ash Sutcliffe.
What about the
Thank you,
back
Mr.
pocket
Chair.
one?
Well, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Webb talked earlier about the extended producer responsibility and cited one example of how a business uses that and actually doesn't want to change and is happy to pay their tax. In my personal life with my business, I have around about 40 different suppliers, and every single one of those has already started to change the way that they package their goods, presumably to avoid paying the EPR tax. So it's not something that can be relied on fully, which is why we haven't put 100% against that. It's more prudent, more sensible to think about it being a variable income source or a variable stream. We have on there a conservation officer. You may recall that we talked about Trafalgar House recently and about preserving the heritage of our borough. That is exactly what we would want a conservation officer to do. People want to keep our heritage in this borough, and that is exactly why we want to fund a conservation officer. The over 1,000 people who signed the petition that I launched will back that up. When it comes to district enforcement, I cannot understand the criticism that we have in this chamber. It worked. It absolutely worked. The streets were cleaner and we had an income stream. If you look at the footage that the enforcement officers provided, there were very, very few instances of fines being issued incorrectly. And in the same, or just previous to this, we've talked about mechanical street sweeping. It has to be done differently. I don't want to go around sweeping up and cleaning up after people. I want people to stop dropping litter. I'd rather that we have a preventable thing rather than just keep on sweeping. When it comes to sweeping, I fully, actually, Ruby, Councillor Anwar, I completely agree with what you said. It's about the way that we do it, not just focusing on one way, just using the mechanical street sweepers. We have a line in there about supporting an archaeology service. If we withdraw from that service, and we've used it in the past, we would be an outlier in Lancashire, the only district in the whole of the county that doesn't actually use that service. £5,000. We were told that we don't use it, that's why we don't need it, but actually we've used it 28 times in the past 2 years. That's 28 times is not nothing. That's not unneeded. It is warranted. When it comes to Marsden Golf Course, I'm pleased to see that there has at least been an effort from the Liberal group to support keeping that sort of online. Keeping even mothballing is a great thing in the short term. But what worries me is that actually I've seen nothing about promoting Marsden Golf Course, nothing about trying to get somebody in there to run it, to really maximise that. Things like golf are really popular with the advent of virtual golf. It's becoming a more popular sport. Some of the more, what I consider traditional sports, like darts, are really rising in popularity. So it may be that in 12 months' time we're in a very different position with Marsden Golf Course and actually could end with more members. Things do go through flux, they do change, they do increase in popularity. So I wouldn't want to see funding cut against that. It's a valuable piece, or a valuable asset to our borough. I do agree with one thing that the Liberal group said, and this puts me at odds with some of my groups, but I don't mind saying, if I wanted to be cremated, I would have to go outside of this borough. I would love to be cremated. Not yet, but I'd love to be cremated in this borough. Calm down, I'm not ready for you. So I think that it's worthy that we actually look at the way that we deal with death is probably a better term, rather than just saying cemetery or crematorium. We need to look at the whole thing, the whole process. And the reason that we need to do recosting and rebalancing, a resident contacted me because she felt that the curb etchings, I'm calling them curb etchings, I don't know if there's a better term, curb etchings that go around a grave, were actually very expensive compared to other authorities. Now, never having dealt with that, I didn't realise that it was, and when I looked, it actually is. Around about 30 to 50% more expensive than some of our neighbouring authorities. Now, if we're paying more for the additional things, surely the basic cost of burial should at least break even. We should be aiming for that as the very bare minimum. And then we can look at the extras at not costing too much if people want to add those on. I think that's a sensible thing to do to redress and rebalance. The last thing I want to discuss is bulky waste. Now, I was very surprised to hear at the Pendle Partnership Summit, I think it's called, I'm looking to Rose to confirm that there were 8,000 incidences of fly tipping in Pendle in the last 12 months. That absolutely astonished me. 8,000 incidences. Now, when you compare that against other districts, and we were very lucky actually to have Karen sat in the room as a former employee of Rossendale Council. She actually told us that the incidences in Rossendale were around about 2,000, but they charge for bulky waste. All of our neighbouring authorities charge for bulky waste and have lower incidences of fly tipping. We are an outlier in that respect.
Thank you, Mr. Sutcliffe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Next is Councillor Martin Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I reflect on this very interesting debate, and it comes to mind that the Conservative Party, the Conservative group, are the only group in this chamber with representatives from both Nelson and Colne. And that gives us a diverse perspective. It enables us to come up with innovative budget proposals for the whole of Pendle. And we spent a lot more time discussing Conservative proposals than the Liberal Democrat proposals, and there's a reason for that. That reason is precisely because our proposals are full of innovative, bright, vigorous, optimistic ideas. We combine proposals to increase income with some prudent cost savings. Now, Councillor Tomwett mentioned, I believe it was Councillor Tomwett, that in the past we'd had some fantastic, crazy ideas in some of our budget proposals. And maybe we have, but because we're such a diverse group, we've listened. We have taken out proposals for cold water swimming. We believe, we've listened.
I love cold water swimming.
We've listened, and we commit. We absolutely believe in warm water swimming for the people of Pendle.
Softies.
Our diverse Broadchurch approach also enables us to come up with synergistic ideas. We believe, as others have said, we believe in the corporate plan, Pendle's corporate plan. We believe in utilising the Colne Lough and the Nelson Town deal, and utilising those in conjunction with our own budget proposals for PVC to produce best outcomes for the people of Pendle. Now, there's a couple of things I wanted to mention specifically. Marsden Golf Course. Now, we have always sought to provide diversity of activity in Pendle and preserve green spaces. And we continue to believe in defending Marsden Golf Course as a green space. We propose this 100,000 in our budget is precisely so that we can have the time to explore, along with PLT, the various options that there may be for Marsden Golf Course to modernise it and innovate it. And that could be things such as a driving range. It could be a 9-hole course. It could be more of a virtual event centre or a combination of these things. But it is important that we do not give up on things like Marsden Golf Course, and we won't. We will explore the best ways of taking that forward for the people of Pendle. So, in conclusion, Mr. Mayor, this is not the fatalistic managed decline proposed by the Liberal Democrats. This is a bright, optimistic and efficient use of resources for the benefit of all of Pendle. We propose £464,000 of extra income improvement savings. Maybe not all of them can be delivered immediately, but they are innovative ideas, and they will undoubtedly, if adopted by Council tonight, you will see the benefits of them, as will the residents. So, Mr Mayor, I recommend the Conservative budget.
Any more speakers? Councillor Nadeem Ahmed.
Yes, I think we've had quite a lengthy debate on this, but I'd just like to pick up on a couple of points if I may. First of all, just going back to the Marsden golf course, I think the other parties seem to be dismissing this and not really exploring the options and are giving up on this far too easily. And we will be standing up for Marsden golf course and its users. Yes, I appreciate some of the comments that have been made in terms of the number of users, but that's what we need to work on. We've had issues with other parts of our leisure facilities, for example, like the Pendle Leisure Trust. We're trying to increase user. That's what should be happening with the golf course. Somebody mentioned, one of the previous speakers, about, we're subsidising, I think it was Councillor Wick, we're subsidising the Marsden golf course. Is that not what we've been doing with other leisure facilities in Pendle all these years? So what's the difference?
More members.
In terms of, a point was made about consultants and the costs regarding consultants, that they didn't save money. Yes, the consultants actually did come up with ideas that saved this council money. And if consultants were such a bad idea, why did the previous coalition use consultants on many, many occasions, particularly around the leisure review? So it's all right saying yes, criticising the Conservative administration when we were on the council, saying using consultants. They did exactly the same on more than one occasion. Briefly on the enforcement, the reason we've put that in, because residents in Pendle are complaining about the rubbish on the streets and the dog muck. And that's the reason we've put it in. Yes, I accept there were challenges and difficulties with district enforcement, but if this is carried forward this evening, we need to have proper discussion, negotiations with the enforcement organisation we contract out to, and try and direct them and give them direction of what we expect in the contract, and make sure that happens. And the vast majority of people in Pendle are people, law-abiding citizens, who take pride in their area. It's a small minority, it has to be said, that are causing the difficulties. We've heard about the cost of living crisis, and there's members sat across from the previous Labour Party who said, well, the Conservatives criticised us for the previous 14 years, and yet their party now, running the country, are doing exactly the same, if not worse. If not worse. So where are the comments about why they're not lobbying their friend, Mr Hinder, and the other MP? Why are they not lobbying? Why are they not speaking up for the residents? It's all right to lecture us, saying, not the PTI, not the PTI, the PTI. No, you're the true independents. Yeah, you're the true independents, not you guys. You're all right. So why is lobbying not happening with the MPs by the Labour councillors? In terms of well, they are the Labour Party, really. But anyway, yeah, just in shadow. In terms of Councillor Wick being really concerned about Nelson Town Council, and oh dear, Nelson Town Council have to pay or to use services in the town hall. What's so unfair about that? Councillor Wick, every single meeting complains about Nelson's getting funding, Bryfield's getting funding, and yet all of a sudden, for a small payment that Nelson Town Council would have to make if they continue using services in the town hall, would have to pay them, but all of a sudden taking pity on poor Nelson. I think that just suits the Liberal Democrats. I was going to have a go at PTI, but I don't know. I'm really disappointed, PTI, and where's the budget? I was expecting a budget, honestly.
and I thought something different will come forward, but unfortunately there isn't.
Mr Mayor, standing orders.
Thank you, Councillor Whip. Can you sit down, please?
Standing order, please.
Allow Councillor Wick. Let's listen to this.
Mr Mayor,
You have to listen.
Mr Mayor,
Let's listen to this.
speakers are supposed to speak to the
I am.
motion.
Thank you,
If Councillor Wick allows me to.
Mr Mayor, speakers are supposed to speak to the motion, not have a go at this group, that group, who group.
That's exactly.
Talking, Mr Mayor, not only that, but Councillor Armin is supposed to be responding to the debate and not introducing fresh items. So could he please stick to responding to the debate and not introduce
Thank you,
new
Councillor
issues which are absolutely nothing to do with the Conservative budget.
If I may continue, if Councillor Wick allowed me, I was going to come on to why that is relevant to the debate. Because had PTI put forward a budget, it would have been, I think it's good for democracy, good for debate, and for us to try and reach the right decision for the residents of Pendle. And that's the reason I was saying, maybe next year I think we'll see a budget, a PTI budget coming forward. So I think in terms of, I've lost my thought now what I was going to say, thanks to Councillor Whip. But I think, in summary, I think what I'll say is our budget is financially responsible. It is a responsible budget, unlike the other proposals which are on the table about spend, spend, spend.
Thank you. Any more speakers? Councillor Asjad.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. 2024 and 25 has again been a challenging but exciting year for Pendle Council. Can I begin by thanking all members of the Council for their contributions at meetings to try and work together in the best interest of our residents across Pendle. In particular, I want to thank members of the Executive for their due diligence, and I also want to thank Council officers for their continued hard work and support. Fantastic progress has been made on our government-funded regeneration schemes in Nelson and Cole. Renovation work on all three theatres in Cole's newly formed Heritage Quarter is now complete. The new theatre, Pendle Hippodrome, the Little Theatre opened their doors to audiences after being closed for months while each of the buildings were brought back into their former glory. All three theatres are such important assets for Cole, and this major investment has provided a lifeline for the long-term sustainability of the unique theatres in the heart of the town. With the new roof and exterior cladding almost complete, it will soon be time for the scaffolding to come down and for the work to focus on the internal plans for Corn Market. The transformed market hall, including a new food court, will open in late summer 2025. Meanwhile, in Nelson, projects which come under Nelson Town Deal are progressing well. We now own Pendle Rides, which is key to the redevelopment of the town centre. We are supporting retailers who want to relocate in the town to ensure they continue to have businesses and premises when work starts on demolition. Work is set to start on the accessible Nelson project, which will improve traffic flow into and through the town in 7 locations. The work will also introduce better walking and cycling opportunities. We're very proud to support the work of the Yes Hub, which is doing some amazing work supporting hundreds of young people to get into training and employment. Nelson Cone College will start to offer courses in the A Centre from September to provide access to digital skills training for all adult learners from Pendle. We look forward to hearing from the government on the revised guidance for the Nelson Town Plan, another opportunity for us to invest in the local community where it really matters. Our local plan will hopefully be adopted later this year. This document sets out the vision for our future development and growth in Pendle up to 2040, helping to shape investment in new infrastructure and determining future pattern of development in the borough. For the past 12 months, we've continued to protect our parks and local environment by taking pride in our green spaces. Our surroundings have improved many facilities. We invested in a number of play areas, installed chess tables at 2 Pendle parks, and installed a new lakeside shelter and cycle track in Tory Park, Nelson. 6 of our parks received a green flag, which means they are recognised as being amongst the best in the country. We brought back Pendle Business Awards in 2024, which was a great way to shine on the spotlight on our local businesses, which are at the cutting edge and leaders in their area. And we continue to invest in businesses through grants so they can buy new machinery, lower CO2 emissions, and energy consumption and sport growth. We now have master plans for Colne, Davey and Barnoldswick, which set out a vision for the towns for the next 10 to 15 years. And work is all well underway on schemes in Davey, Barnoldswick and Briarfield town centres to restore local pride and help businesses with pride thanks to the government's UKSDF funds. We've continued to make good progress against corporate plan actions for 2024-25, and we are now working on actions for 25-26. We are delighted to welcome Karen Spencer as Director for Resources last year, and we're pleased that Property Services and Learning and Development are now back in-house. The cost of living crisis continues to be a real challenge and that many people in Pendle face. To support residents, we have administered more than £420,000 of grants through the Household Sport Fund Scheme, with over 5,500 households benefiting from direct payments and over 3,500 households accessing sport via food banks or citizens' advice. Evidence of the current household support fund round remains open until the end of March this year. We also continue to support families through the school holidays via the holiday activities and food programme, with over 1,900 children and young people accessing this provision in the last year. £378,000 of funding in total. We received additional funding from Lancashire County Council to be able to offer affordable warm grants to vulnerable residents. This has helped with servicing, repairing and replacing boilers, heating systems, loft installations and glazing improvements. Meanwhile, 2024 was a productive year for Pearl projects. Lancashire Phase 1 extension scheme has been completed through the joint venture partnership Pearl 2, attracting 2 new businesses to Pendle. Our flagship project, Northlight, was recognised by Insider's first Lancashire Property Awards in November, when it's Scoop Commercial Developments of the Year. Spring Mill Housing Development in EB is set to deliver 53 new houses by December 2025, and the first phase of housing at Furnival Fed in Nelson will start by June 2025, creating more than 100 homes. Mr. Mayor, the 2025-26 Assembly budget reflects the government's funding settlement, which was finalised on 3rd of February 2025. According to the government's calculations, Pendle's core spending power has increased by 1.7% in 2025-26, although this includes the Employers' National Insurance Compensation Grant. While the introduction of the extended producer responsibility has produced much needed funding to help with improving recycling rates within the borough, the withdrawal of the funding guarantee grant has meant a reduction in core spending government funding for Pendle of £204,000 for 25-26. The government is providing additional funding to English councils to offset the increase to employer national insurance contributions. It is estimated that this will cost the council approximately £227,000 for directly employed staff and approximately £55,000 for liberator staff. The government will provide £112,000, leaving a shortfall of £115,000 to be found from existing resources. Pendle Leisure Trust has requested an increase in management fee of £150,000 towards their increase, which will be £270,000. We have continued to invest in Pendle Leisure Centres and services. In 2023-24, we spent £2.15 million. And to date this financial year, we have spent £2.49 million. This includes investing in Pendle Leisure Centres sports halls, Bailey Swimming Pool, West Craven Swimming Pool and Leisure Centre, the Community Theatre, Senior Athletics Track and Morton Golf Course and Clubhouse. The reduction in core funding, in addition to the extra cost from the changes in the national insurance contributions, has meant that despite including income from investments of £1 million, the Council has to rely using reserves in the assessment balance budget for 25-26. Since 2010, in real terms, our core spending power has been reduced from 70%, and that has been done by the previous Conservative government. Our funding plan for 2026-27 is currently estimated to be 1.3 million. In 27 and 28, it is estimated to be 2.7 million. Going forward, we need to mitigate against these key risks facing Pendle. Inflation pressures continue to show itself through energy, contract and pay inflation, and these will need to be managed over the medium term. Government funding remains uncertain over the medium term. 2025-26 is a single-year settlement, with the government looking to implement review of relative and resources, also known as the Fair Funding Review, and the business rates reset in 2026-27. I continue to call on government to provide councils with a significant and sustained increase in our overall funding through a multi-year settlement and moving away from the ring-fenced, fragmented funding structures. Pendle is facing financial and operational challenges in the medium term, with changes to the collection of food waste and the closure of Nelson's waste transfer station. Significant challenges remain in leisure services. Mr. Mayor, the independent group are proposing to have a graduate apprenticeship scheme which allows our young people to gain experience, knowledge and skills within the council and moving on to permanent jobs. We will introduce a no Pendle app where local people can report local issues in a more modern, rapid, convenient and accessible way. The independent group is proposing Save Lives Fund contribution. We have had some serious accidents and fatalities on our local roads in the last year. Working with our partners from Highways, Safety at Lancashire County Council, the police, the fire brigade, town and parish councils, this Save Lives Fund will provide and help implement road safety measures, in return making all our road users safer. We are also proposing sports fund for community grants, allowing more people and groups to access and enjoy sports, investing in grassroots sports, helping nurture young talent and provides positive activities for the youth. And the sports funding grant are essential for sustaining and growing athletic programs, benefiting both individuals and communities. Mr. Mayor, the independent group is proposing £500,000 to protect Pendle's assets. The local government reorganisation taking place in 2 to 3 years' time. It's essentially happening now, but will come in play in about 3 years' time. Could mean that we have no control over our assets. We will work with all our town and parish councils in Pendle to protect and keep local our assets, and where necessary transfer assets to town and parish councils, and prevent these from being sold in the future when the new councils are being formed. In summary, I know Pendle continues to face significant financial risk, and I would therefore like to propose an increase of 2.99% in the Band D council tax charge. This is lower than each of the major sectors. A 2.99% increase will increase the Band D charges from £298.59 to £307.52, and an increase of £8.93. Almost 60% of our dwellings are in Band A. The charge for these properties will go up from £199.06 to £205.01, an increase of £5.95 or 11 pence per week. Mr. Mayor, I move my group's budget proposals, and I hope as Council we can agree a consensus budget this evening. If you decide, and I request that you introduce an adjournment for group leaders and deputies to discuss details, I'm happy to support this.
Do you have a seconder? Second. Anyone would like to speak? Yes, Councillor David.
Oh, thank you to the leader for that speech. That was a very, very long thank you to the Conservative government.
Yes,
it was marvellous, actually. Levelling up funding. We had the UK Shared Prosperity Fund. We had Cosy Homes. We had money from Homes England. Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you. Recognising where this investment comes from. The proposals that you've got in your budget, all laudable ideas, I'm sure, but and it's good in a way that they're revenue-based rather than capital-based, because obviously organisations can then have some freedom and flexibility in terms of how they use the fund. Because most budgets, we know, most grants are normally capital, and everybody says, well, how am I going to pay to run them? But of course, you know, given your bottom line here, where you're putting your foot on the accelerator for the council's financial woes, you may make organisations dependent on this and then not be able to fulfil them. Love Pendle app. I think most councillors already use the Love Clean Streets app. So if you want to report issues, that's the one to go for. That's what we tell everybody. I suppose you could say this budget overall is one of those ones whereby if we got something that is going to add at least 150 to the bottom line in terms of the deficit, it's only going to get worse next year. I mean, sorry, you might as well start writing the 114 notice now, I think. I think what we should also do is have a think about this Marsden Golf Club again. It keeps rearing its head, doesn't it? But you did mention, my ears picked up at that number, 100,000 again. But you said that you'd spent 100,000 last year on the clubhouse and the course. So then next year you're planning to spend nothing at all. Just abandon it, that's it. You spend all the money and just abandon it basically to brambles and vandals. Not a good idea. So I shan't be supporting your budget.
Anyone else? Councillor Hewitt.
Yes, Chairman. I mean, there's not much to it really, so I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it. But the total amount proposed to be taken out of reserves is £6,000 short of £600,000, and that is utterly unsustainable. I mean, our budget proposal put the highest amount back into reserves of any of the three that we've discussed tonight, and there needs to be a bit of a reality check about what is achievable. So, although there's some ideas here which are very commendable, I do think that they need to be taken forward through other means, but they cannot be afforded from the council tax. So I'll say no more than that, Mr Mayor. I mean, we've had all this time taken up so far. It's just gone 9 o'clock. The meeting's been going 2 hours. All of these proposals are going to fall, and then we need to actually get a budget that commands the majority of this council chamber. So, you know, we need to get our finger out if we're not going to be here at midnight in order to ensure that these very disparate proposals from the three different groups can find some consensus, some common ground that will then result in a majority of members voting in favour.
Councillor Mr Stone.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. There's a certain irony in Councillor Whip lamenting the amount of time that a meeting is taking. And I'd like to thank the leader for his long summary. It was a rather long lamentation, actually, I think. But it would be churlish of me to not recognise some of the successes, and clearly, you know, the administration has had some successes, and those are very welcome. I'm sure that all of us would recognise that. Particularly, I'd like to point out the investment in parks. Parks are crucial green spaces, as you know, and they'll be ever more crucial given the Labour government's kamikaze devotion to setting arbitrary house building targets to build houses wherever they are not needed. Having said all that, sadly, I'm left almost with a taste of candy floss, in the sense that it looked very impressive, the speech and your comments, but it was very short on substance. You spent a lot of time lamenting funding gaps and saying we will fund from reserves. And you talked about financial challenges, and quite rightly. But there were no answers. There was nothing of substance to address, sadly. So for all of the good things, and the graduate and apprenticeship scheme that you mentioned is I think, a very welcome idea. Sadly, for me, it was more like candy floss. It left a slightly disappointing ending.
Thank you. Councillor Astrid Mahmood.
No.
Oh, sorry.
I think some of the ideas that are within the independence budget are really good. I quite like some of the proposals that have been put forward. Having said that, we're not in a position as a council to be spending money as has been proposed. And also I think it's really fantastic to hear about some of the schemes which are coming forward, which have been funded by the previous Conservative government, and that's been highlighted in terms of the work in Corn, the market, theatres, Nelson Town Deal, Nelson Corn College, coming to the A Centre, all the initiatives we started, all the investment in the parks, that's part of the Town Deal funding, investments in businesses in Pendle again, thanks to the previous Conservative government. It'll be interesting to see how the Labour government invest here in Pendle. We'll see or the lack of it. I think the financial settlement that we've been awarded this year kind of sets the scene. I think we kind of expected that. I think people prior to elections were expecting miracles and expecting lots of money coming our way. That isn't the case, and it won't be the case. I think, I don't want to repeat what Councillor Martin Stone said, but in terms of, I think we all acknowledge, all council, I think we all acknowledge the financial position the council is in and the risks that we're in terms of potential government intervention if we're not careful. And I think it's really concerns me, the budget proposals that come forward, because if the government are looking at councils which are not taking their financial responsibility seriously, this is the ideal situation. If they pick up the budget of the administration and look at that, and in terms of the recklessness, the carelessness, the spending spree that's proposed, I think that is alarm bells ringing all over the place, and we've got to be really careful. And simply by saying we're going to increase council tax, which all the groups are doing, 2.99%, doesn't go nowhere. That's not enough. Yes, like I said at the beginning, some of the ideas, we'd all love to come up with loads of ideas and say, look, let's do this, let's do that. In an ideal world, yes, but that's not the real world.
Thank you. No. Right, now next is, we'll go for the votes and we'll start with the budget from the Liberals.
Pass it and go home.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
It's been a long meeting, and obviously I'm just requesting that you use your powers to kind of adjourn the meeting so we can lead us and have a meeting, come together and see if there's any consensus.
Some budget might get passed, you never know.
Yeah.
Do not have to walk first.
Well, we'll go.
What do you think of it?
People might sport hours, you never know.
If only you tabled one.
Bit of sport.
Mr. Howard would like to say a few words.
But clearly, there are three budgets, three proposed Senate budgets, and they, in normal course, things ought to be disposed of. But it does appear from the tenor of the debates that it's highly unlikely that any one of those budgets is going to go through. It's not an unusual position in recent years that we've come to this path, but it's in the Mayor's discretion, and my advice would be that there are exceptional circumstances caused by the impasse in the budget situation, such that he may put to the meeting, if he so wishes, it is the Mayor's decision, that the rules of procedure be suspended, and the implication of the suspension of the standing orders, and I think given what's called a common sense way forward would appear to be a recess, a adjournment of the meeting for discussions to take place. I mean, that just seems to be sensible. That's my advice to the Mayor, whether the Mayor takes the advice or not.
Yes, I do agree with yourself, and the time now.
You need to get the vote on whether to suspend the
Right. Could we have a vote on suspend and adjourn the meeting for what time?
20 minutes.
20 minutes?
Yeah.
All those in favour? Yeah. Thank you. So, thank you.
For the boys.
Look at this.
by visiting pendle.gov. All of the future Pendle meeting agendas, as well as the previous meeting reports and minutes, can be viewed on the council website at pendle.gov.uk/meetings. Tonight's meeting will start shortly. Pendle Council livestream will start in just a few minutes. You can view tonight's meeting agenda by visiting pendle.gov.uk/meetings, where the upcoming meeting notes are available to view. We will go live very soon. All of the future Pendle meeting agendas, as well as previous meeting reports and minutes, can be viewed on the council website at pendle.gov.uk/meetings. Tonight's meeting will start shortly.
Take your seat. Councillor Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two of the three groups involved with the discussions have come to an agreement in terms of
coalition.
Come to an agreement in terms of a budget that a majority of the council would agree. So, if I can take you through it, Mr. Mayor, what I would like to do is vary the proposal that I put originally in accordance with the following. And I think Karen has got at least some of this down. So, Mr. Mayor, the proposal to knock the waste transfer station on the head is to be agreed, and we would remove the £2.21 million in the capital programme for that project. That £2.21 million to be allocated as follows: for compulsory purchase orders for empty properties, empty homes, £600,000. Wow. For works in the public realm on Alswick, Briarfield and Erie, £210,000. Additional investment in leisure facilities for energy saving and other improvements, an additional £750,000. Wow.
Magic money tree.
Mr Mayor, Councillor Ahmed is not making a useful contribution, he's just muttering and heckling from the sidelines. You may care to take him in hand. For a feasibility study and design work on a crematorium, £100,000. For asset transfer investments, £300,000. And investment in biodiversity net gain, Marsden Golf Course, Gib Hill, £250,000, which to my mind adds up to 2.21 million. Karen's nodding her head. In terms of the revenue budget previously put forward, it's as is, apart from the addition of £50,000 for the apprenticeship scheme, as outlined by Councillor Mahmood earlier on, and £100,000 for the community sports funding, or sports community funding, whichever way it is round. And I think, Mr Mayor, that is that. But I would stand to be corrected if there is anything that I've missed. So, Mr Mayor, I now move the amended resolution as detailed.
Do you have a second?
I'll just second that. I think one request that we put 30,000 for the Save Lives funding, where, say, Briarfield, because it's a big issue with it, safe side of things, Briarfield, Nelson, Colin can access that funds available. I'm happy to second this one.
Councillor Yasser Iqbal.
Mr Mayor, if I may, because Councillor Mahmood is moving the goalpost slightly there. We hadn't agreed as a group to that £30,000. My suggestion with that is that it be found from the Nelson Briarfield Area Committee, whatever contribution you might like to make, and that, well, we can call it day off if you want. We can be here till midnight and we can go through this line by line. Mr Mayor, the reason for that is that it is a very localised safety campaign. The examples that were given are in Nelson and Briarfield. And as such, I understand that the respective town councils are leading on this. I'm not aware that any of the other town councils in Pendle have been approached or have brought things forward. And given that it's such a localised scheme, it is not reasonable to use the general fund to actually support it. It should come from that area committee. So whatever figure it may be, if this is a sticking point, I'm very sorry, but it's a sticking point for us.
Councillor Asjad Mahmood.
Just to finish, the 10% increase in cemetery fees will not be that will be scrapped, and also the cemetery £1 million reduction will also be scrapped. It's part of the
Some slow increase in salary.
Yes, we're trying to get this moved and seconded, Mr Mayor. We concede the cemetery investment, and in a quid pro quo will concede the cemetery fee increase, because I don't think we could get it through with the Conservative support, given their comments earlier on. So that takes out the 37, and it leaves in the million within the capital programme for the cemetery.
Councillor Yasser Iqbal.
Thank you, Chair. I wasn't part of the negotiations deliberately because I think there's not much that I could have added. Looking at the three respective budgets, there's very little I think that certainly from my side and Councillor Ash's side that we could agree on. But having now heard what has been agreed, I think is what's being suggested. With all due respect, this is to me a Lib Dem budget.
Yeah.
That's no criticism of Councillor Whip. Yes. He's obviously had the better part of negotiation in the meeting which I wasn't a part of, which I'm not criticising, I'm just saying I wasn't a part of it. So looking at it from an outsider's perspective, this is literally the Lib Dem budget, because if I've itemised them properly, and I think I have, 5 things which Councillor Whip mentioned, including the CPOs and the crematorium and can't read my writing, I think there's something 30,000 asset. Sorry, I can't read my writing. The golf course. I didn't quite understand that actually. The Marsden golf course. Something £250,000 is mentioned. I'm not really sure what that is. So perhaps someone can elaborate on that at some stage.
It's them guys who've done it.
Yeah. No, I'm not looking at Councillor Ahmed.
I don't think it's for the golf course.
No. Well, I don't know what it's for, but I think we need some further information as to what that is. £250,000 seems to be a lot of money. And then the latter thing, which again might need some clarity, I think perhaps just a nod of the head will suffice. In terms of the cemetery fee increase, are you conceding that it's no increase? Yeah. Okay, that's fine. Well, I'm in favour of that at least. In terms of the other thing, which was the £30,000 for the speeding awareness or the initiative. Now, in principle, I don't have any objection to it, but I've not looked at what the initiative actually is and whether it's the local area. But I mean, if it's just a few signs, again, we've tried all of this. What we really need is some robust action by multi-agencies like the police, the local authorities, MPs, Parliament, government. £30,000 will probably buy a few signs and a few displays. In principle, it looks very nice. It ticks the box. We can all say, well, we're trying our best. It doesn't really, in my view, actually achieve what we are setting out to fight, which is the speeding motorist. And what really hurts these motorists is fines, taking their cars off them, strict sentences, something really that actually they feel. These kind of people, the signs that me and you look at, we think actually, we need to be aware of our speed. So I mean, I'm in principle not against it, but equally, is it going to achieve anything? £30,000 just seems to be a lot of money just to throw away. So I'm in some difficulty with that one, Chair. And then the other two things, which it seems like the Lib Dems have conceded on, obviously one is the cemetery, then is the £50,000 apprenticeship scheme that was in the independent budget. And then there was something else for £100,000 for community sport, couldn't read my writing. So again, Chair, I think as Mr Mayor, I think we need some further clarity as to what these other things actually are which have been agreed. I'm not sure if it's been agreed with even the independent group, because I could hear some murmurings on my left, and I think quite properly. Personally, I can't support this. Again, it might sound like a broken record. This is just my view, and me and my colleague here, we will not be supporting the maximum council tax increase. It seems that every year we just seem to take it, say, yeah, fine. It's not been discussed, nobody's discussed it. Why can we do anything? Can we get our MP in and say that it's very nice for you to write articles in the newspaper, but why are we, Pendle, one of the most deprived areas in the country, paying more every year and getting less from the government? Why can't you come in? And if the government, I think one of the things mentioned before was government intervention. Well, let them come in and actually look at, before they intervene, how much money they've actually given to us, how much money that we need. Let's look at their finances and how they allocate it properly or unfairly. So, Mr. Mayor, I don't think we're in a clearer position, in my view anyway, than we were before the meeting. And I think as Councillor Ahmed was passing me, it sounded like a heated meeting at some stage because it wasn't very happy. It wasn't happy maybe towards the end. I'm not saying that you should have got the Conservative because again couldn't agree on most of their proposals either. But I would have expected a bit more of a balanced budget, more balanced negotiation. It seems that hasn't happened, so I'll be voting against.
Councillor Iqbal.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just in terms of the 2.99% increase, if I can help Councillor Yasser Iqbal. I think the government and Councillor Nadeem Ahmed's good friend Keir Starmer have indicated to councils that if they don't increase the council tax by the maximum limit, that amount equivalent to the council tax will actually be cut from the government grant given to councils. So councils like Pendle don't really have a choice. In terms of the £30,000 proposed by my leader, I'm just seeking a point of procedure from yourself, Mr. Mayor. Is that going to be dealt with as an amendment? And just to again help Councillor Yasser Iqbal, £30,000 is not an isolation amount of money. It's there to be done with parish and town councils across Pendle and the county council and the office of the Police and Crown Commissioner to deal with some draconian measure to be introduced to tackle the wrath of those people who clearly disobey the law. And it's not just a Nelson and Bradfield problem. People will remember not too many years ago a lady dying on Burnley Road in Corn because she was knocked over by a speeding driver. So it's a problem that's across Pendle, but it's highlighted at various times of year. And I think 30,000 will go towards a pot of money that will be provided by all agencies and councils across the county.
Councillor Naeem Ashraf.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Obviously, when this meeting was adjourned, it was adjourned for all three parties to discuss and come up with a budget. It seems as though as if the Independents, Councillor Ashton and his deputy, who just made told to sit there, Councillor David will make decisions on the budgets and you just agree to it. That's what this budget seems to be like. This £30,000, Councillor Ashton has brought it up and David Briggs just straight away said, no, or the deal's off. You know, I'm sorry, this is not democracy. This is David Briggs calling the shots. What's the leader of the Independents and deputy leader doing? You know, because when they came back in, they all seemed happy, yeah, we've achieved it, we've won the Premier League, and that's it, it's done. This is absolutely ridiculous. You know, and I agree with Councillor Nadeem Ahmed. I probably this is the first time in 14 years I've agreed on a couple of cases with the Conservative. Thank you very much. Honestly, and from the heart I do agree with them, because this has been schemed by Councillor David Wick. As usual. And I'm sorry, Councillor Ashton and Councillor Hanif are just, you know, we've got a peek from Councillor Hanif tonight as the deputy. He's reading the budget with Councillor Ashton. And one thing I need for clarification is this 750,000 extra for Pendle Leisure, which I'm not against. What about Marsden Golf Course? Because I know in Councillor Wick's budget there was about 15,000, and in the Independents there was zero, because when we've had a meeting as well, myself and Councillor Yasser Iqbal, Marsden Golf Course, over the years, even when it's been run by golf players, where it's been running at hundreds of thousands of pounds of loss, and the investment that's needed now, it's beyond. We can't justify to the taxpayers of Pendle giving £100,000. It's just a waste. That 100,000, 30,000 could be spent on this for this scheme which has been suggested by the Independents. So please can I have some clarification regarding that.
Councillor Ruby Anwar.
Yeah, I think the bit that I'm struggling with is that we've had a recess, and I suppose in hindsight what we should have said is after the leaders have spoken, they should go back to their groups to discuss it. Because what's happened now is we've spent a lot of time prior to this meeting actually discussing our budgets, and now all of a sudden we've got Councillor Wick just summarising it within minutes, expecting the rest of us to be able to vote on it, and I feel like I can't do that right now. And I think what should have happened is really that, I know recess went over by a couple of minutes, but really after a recess I think leaders need to talk to their groups, because it's not just the leaders' show. I get that they are the leading the group, but I think still after all this time discussing it, we do need to have that little bit of courtesy to say, well, this is what we have decided, this is what we're proposing to present when the meeting restarts, but what are your thoughts? And there's some things that I've got still questions about, and I'm not sure when I'm allowed to speak to ask them. So I'm just asking Mr. Mayor if he'd allow 10 minutes for groups to get together.
Right, I'll overrule, and I think we'll give another 10 minutes. And hang on, Councillor Nadeem.
I mean, I've been in a number of negotiations during the adjournment, but nothing like this. There was an a meeting of a meeting where we were said, well, there's going to be a further meeting between the two group leaders. Why are you going to invite us? I mean, so if the other two leaders are expecting me to go in further discussions, I won't take part. I'm sorry. That's not how we conduct business in the real world. It's just rude, it's bad manners. And some of the things I've seen, I'm not going to accept. That's the way they want to run the business. And just for the council whip to put forward his group's proposals, and the independents simply just crash down, just accept everything, almost everything council whip says, is not the way we should be running councils. I mean, the independents, for God's sake, for 10 councillors, you've got 8 Lib Dems, and yet the independents have just conceded everything they've said, just to keep all dealing with it. It's disgraceful.
Councillor Whip.
Mr. Mayor, if you'll permit me to speak.
No, he's already spoken.
Mr. Mayor, if you'll permit me to speak.
No, he's already spoken, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, I
think. Yes, Mr.
He's already spoken.
Up to the Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, I support what Councillor Ruby Anwar is asking for, an adjournment. Can I remind the Council that 2 years ago there was a 15-minute adjournment that stretched to over 2 hours when we sought and achieved consensus in the members' room between the different groups, only to come in here and for Councillor Ahmed and the Conservative group to renege on that consensus.
That's what's happened tonight.
Mr. Mayor, only for the Conservatives to renege on that consensus and vote against the budget put forward. What we have done this evening, after discussions throughout the day between the independent group and ourselves, is we've fleshed out the terms of an agreement prior to the adjournment. Clearly, we haven't finalised that agreement, but there won't be a consensus in this council chamber tonight. There will be a majority voting in favour of a budget, and the Conservatives will go away defeated. Mr. Mayor, Councillor Yasser Iqbal asked about biodiversity net gain. This is the 10% BNG that is required in all planning permissions now, and the proposal is that land owned by Pendle Council is used as a biodiversity net gain project scheme, which will then attract funding externally from developers to actually support that in the future. So we retain the Green Hill side, and get income coming in, which helps the budget in future years. Councillor Naeem Ashraf asked about the golf course. Well, I think we've explained what the proposal is with the golf course. The £15,000 that we've included in the budget is just to stop it from going to complete rack and ruin, get broken into, and so on and so on and so forth. Mr. Mayor, I do support a 10-minute adjournment, which would take us till 10:05. Unless there is an agreement that a majority of councillors will support, we will be here in 2 hours' time and 3 hours' time, because if you start going through this line by line, the voting itself will take an eternity.
Councillor Nadeem Ahmed.
I'll sit down. I don't want to waste any more time.
So could we have 10 minutes of the adjourn and let's come to a conclusion. Thank you.
This Pendle Council livestream will start in just a few minutes. You can view tonight's meeting agenda by visiting pendle.gov.uk/meetings, where the upcoming meeting notes are available to view. We will go live very soon. All of the future Pendle meeting agendas, as well as the previous meeting reports and minutes, can be viewed on the council website at pendle.gov.uk/meetings. Tonight's meeting will start shortly.
you, everyone. Please take your seat. Open to the floor. So who's make a start? Is it?
It looks like there's no agreement, there's no consensus. I think the £50,000 that we proposed as Save Lives funding, that's been kind of not been accepted by the leaders, so we're not agreement with the budget that was proposed. We're all accepting of that.
Mr Mayor, in those circumstances, I move, as previously set out, that doesn't include the £30,000 Save Lives. If that falls, we will be here till 3 o'clock in the morning. Mr Mayor, Councillor T-Whip suggests a compromise. The compromise is you accept our £37,000 cemetery fee increase and we accept the £30,000 Save Lives. So that's the proposal.
Have you got a seconder there,
okay.
Councillor Whip?
Yeah, Mr Mayor. So I propose it excluding the 30,000 Save Lives. I move.
Do you have a seconder?
Mr Mayor, I second that.
Thank you.
Can I make a suggestion, please?
Councillor Nadeem Ahmed.
Am I right in saying the other two groups have agreed on everything else apart from that 30,000? No? Sorry? I thought it was agreed before. We heard previously that that's only been agreed. So my suggestion was going to be vote on the other items and then this you can vote on separately.
No.
Sorry? Sorry? That's been... Oh! Has that been rejected now, Brad?
Yes.
Oh dear. I mean, that coalition of chaos lasted 5 minutes. Absolutely. I mean, that's what happens, I think, when you drop amendments on the back of the fact packet. Talk about everybody else. That's exactly what happened in the adjournment. Just coming up with figures and the independents just agreeing to everything that the Lib Dem said. And obviously, well done to the rest of the independent group who stood up and rejected anything. It is a shame now because we're going to be here.
You started it.
Sorry?
We started the debate.
Yeah, but it is going to be a long evening, unfortunately. But that's the reason I didn't realise what happened. But it would be better if they'd agreed and we've made progress. But that's not the case. It is what it is. Maybe the independents want to do a deal with us or the Lib Dems.
Yeah.
What do you want to do?
Councillor Mahmood.
Just to clarify, so they're having discussions during the day between it was the Liberal Party that had contacted us. We'd be happy to have that discussion, which we did. There was some agreement and some disagreement, but on the Save Lives funding, there is a disagreement, and therefore I'm going to second the motion and go.
Councillor M. Iqbal.
Mr Mayor, can I just seek your indulgence on the point of procedure? So if, for example, the amendment is presented in terms of the 30,000 that is accepted, is that then incorporated as part of the budget, Mr Culshaw, or not?
Well, at the moment, as I understand it, Councillor Whip has proposed and seconded what he stood up and proposed previously before the second recess, with the exception of the £30,000 for the saving line. I'm getting an assent from Councillor Whip there. So at the moment, and that was seconded by Councillor Tomlin, so at the moment, the proposal before the council, and it hasn't been debated yet, is simply that. I've got no notice of any amendment to that. Yes.
Councillor Iqbal.
So thank you, Mr Culshaw, for that through you, Mr Mayor. So can I move an amendment that adds an additional £30,000 to the original motion for the Saving Lives?
Do you have a seconder? That's
I apologise. I'm not spoken. Just can I make a plea to Councillor Witt? Or clarification more, shall I say. Why doesn't Councillor Witt move everything else apart from that data and just vote on it?
I'll move it as an amendment.
That's what I've done. Alright, okay, sorry. So why don't we just move progress on that?
You can't.
No, but and then...
Chairman, Mr Mayor, point of order. Councillor Whip has moved the original motion. I've moved an amendment, so my amendment takes precedent.
Okay.
It has to be voted on first.
Okay, fine.
So, anyone else got to say something?
It's just some space for...
Should we go for the wall?
Just in responding to the debate, Mr Mayor, during the adjournment I did check as the chairman of Cornwall Town Council. It was said earlier on that the Save Lives campaign involves 3 town councils, and Cornwall was mentioned. I have checked. Cornwall Town Council is not party to that campaign and has not got had any discussion or got any funding towards it.
Councillor David.
Thank you. Yes, a point of information.
Mr Mayor, I was responding to the debate.
Yes. Cone Town Council has its own set of SPIDs paid for by the Cone area funding. So Cone area invested in the SPIDs, which are being used across the whole of Cone area to great success on all the troublesome hotspots, etc. Gathering data, giving it to the police, and it works very nicely. It didn't cost 30,000 though, so you know you can get it for a lot less than that. But could I, although I'm actually appalled by the shenanigans that went on in the other room in terms of the proud boast of the Lib Dems to have the biggest surplus, which is now evaporated to the tune of 187,000 given away there. So we're now 149 in deficit by the look of it. So that's no longer a proud boast. Giving away all the big speeches about cemetery sites and cemetery fees, etc. BNG, again, don't quite understand, well, you don't quite understand how it works, is that BNG is a fund that's paid by developers which is invested in identified sites. Gib Hill is already one. So we don't need a capital spend on it because it's money paid by developers which are invested in sites to support their little offset. That's how it works. Golf courses are no good for BNG because they're perfectly, lawned, manicured, etc. There's not really much wildlife there anyway. You're best off just abandoning the golf course and let it go to the rewilding. That's how it works. The proposed budget, I think has already been highlighted, is a bit like the tail wagging the dog. The independents just rolled over with a couple of little token ideas left in there, which the rest of the party didn't agree. It was obvious to see. And as our leader has proposed, it's basically the coalition of cows is back in business, potentially. I would, though, like to make some amendment, another proposed amendment.
Chairman, point of order, you have to vote on my amendment first before you can propose any other amendment.
Okay. Well, I'll give notice of a future amendment then.
Get back down.
Point of order, Mr Mayor. Councillor Coleman Price stood up for a point of information to clarify.
Please, let him finish, then put your hand up. Thank you very much. Can you sit down, please? Can you sit down, please? Thank you.
Commenting on the budget on the table and the amendment. I gave a factual information about the amendment as well. In terms of what we're ending up with, we're basically ending up with a sacrifice of our medium-term budgets. Again, financial, budgetary irresponsibility. And we're doing it for just short-term headlines, lots of smattering of headlines, and favours all round. So I'm very disappointed, and I'll raise my amendment later.
Councillor T-Whip, you need to say something?
Sorry. I was raising a point of order. The standing orders say that once the debate is responded to by the move of the original motion that the amendment is put forward by, you can't come in then to the debate. Councillor Coleman Price stood for a point of information. He did not indicate to speak in the debate on the amendment itself. So I was just going to raise that point of order and ask him to stop speaking, please. But I can't come to the debate.
Has Councillor finished responding to the debate?
So, Councillor Witt, how do you finish this with?
Yeah, go to the vote.
as before, it is a named vote, and this is a vote on Councillor Iqbal's amendment to the £30,000 to be added. So as before, when you name, please give your for or against Councillor Iqbal's amendment. Adnan Mohammed. For. Faraz Ahmad. For. Nadeem Ahmed. Against. Sajjad Ahmed. For. Zafar Ali. For. Mohammed Amr. For. Ruby Anwar.
For.
Naeem Ashraf. For. Mohammed Aslam.
Abstain.
Chris Church.
Against.
David Coburn Price.
Against.
Sarah Coburn Price.
Against.
Mohammed Hanif. For. David Hartley.
Against.
Mohammed Iqbal. For. Yasser Iqbal. For. Mohammed Kaleem. Against. Susan Land.
Against.
Dorothy Lord.
Against.
Asjad Mahmood. Brian Newman.
Against.
Kevin Salter.
Against.
Matt Strickland.
Against.
Martin Stone.
Abstain.
Ash Sutcliffe.
Against.
Yvonne Tennant.
For.
Gary Witt.
Against.
Tom.
Against.
Please bear with us while we have it.
There's 14 against, 12 for, and 2 abstain. Councillor David.
Thank you. So yes, my amendment is to, if we're having a bit of a spending spree, we may as well join in a bit here, I think. We still support very strongly the appointment of a part-time conservation officer. Our conservation area appraisals are woefully out of date. Guidance is 5 years, 10 years max. We've got some that date back to 1999.
84.
1984, I'm told even. That's even worse. We'd also like to join the archaeology unit. Why be the only person in Lancashire who doesn't participate in this? A mere 5,000. So add those two up, that's another 30,000. We would like as well to up the support for the Marsden Golf Club, especially while its future is being investigated. The more you neglect it, the worse it's going to look to anybody who may come in to run it. One little thing we could do to offset that, of course, is that we still have a very large disparity in terms of who pays what for the use of your town hall and your town offices. So Barnoldswick has its own town hall and pays for it. Cone has a town hall and pays for it. Briarfield has a town hall and pays for it. But Nelson doesn't. So I put in a notional amount of 25,000, which I'm sure, given that you've got the biggest precept, is probably something that's easily affordable and should be paid for, so that you pay something, well, a drop in the ocean compared to, I know what Cone Town Council pays for it, in terms of maintenance and operating costs. So I would add that in there. So there's a portfolio of amendments, and I propose those as amendments.
Councillor Iqbal.
Mr. Mayor, can I second that and suggest we move to the vote?
Yeah, we can speak, but you don't want to debate.
Councillor Nadeem. Councillor Ash Sutcliffe.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to speak in support of the Conservation Officer once again. It's obviously something that we are passionate about, and the people in Pendle are incredibly passionate about their heritage. I could list all of the properties in Pendle that are of concern. Nelson Cemetery Lodge House, Colne Cemetery Lodge House and Chapel, Trafalgar House, just to name a few, but there are lots of them. Now, conservation is not just about the things that are in danger, but it's also about Pendle's identity. And if we think about something that's on the horizon, something like local government reform, the identity of Pendle could be in danger. Having somebody that protects our heritage and helps us to do that is incredibly valuable to keep the identity of Pendle. And I think that is something that is well worth the £25,000 that it's costed at in our budget. So, again, I ask all members to support that amendment.
Mr. Mayor, can I raise a point over? I asked you to move to the vote.
Yes.
Councillor Sarah.
That's what you want.
I wasn't going to speak, but actually, Ash has raised my ire. The total ignoring of our heritage in Pendle is something that's been gone on for decades, seemingly. There's a wonderful document with a map that's called the Lancashire List, and it goes right across Lancashire. It shows all the non-designated heritage assets. These are the buildings that aren't listed, but are important for different reasons. They're important locally, perhaps architecturally, perhaps something happened there. They are special. They make this area special. And when you put them together, they make this area very special. How many dots does Pendle have on the Lancashire list? Fylde Coast doesn't have very many old buildings. That's where we're from. Most buildings in the Fylde Coast do not predate 1880. Fylde Coast is just a dots. You have to zoom right in to stop the dots because of all the non-designated heritage assets. So you're probably thinking, oh, it's just the rich places that care about the heritage. That's not true. Go and have a look at Rossendale. Go and have a look at Burnley. These all have special buildings that have been recognised, and this council doesn't have the opportunity to create these lists because it doesn't have an officer to do this work. But if you look and compare us to other places in East Lancashire, right across Lancashire, we are behind, as well as the very sad level of buildings that this council owns and has a woeful record of ignoring and not caring for. And of course the number one on that list is the one that's next door that everybody's been looking at for all these years, that has now been passed to be partially demolished. That is all our joint fault. And we could stop that, and we could care for our heritage by just a really small amount. Nothing to do with anything that's a vanity project. This could be a small amount that could make change. Heritage buildings cause a great deal of regeneration and tourism money spent. It's been actually, there are sums, I've sent them to Mr. Spur, where Historic England has worked out that for every £1 spent on a heritage building, there's so much back to the local economy. By woefully ignoring our heritage buildings, when we have a plethora of them, we are letting down this area.
Well said. Councillor Mr. Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to return us to Marsden Golf Course and the motion that we are putting forward, the amendment we're putting forward, because this is not about preserving the status quo. This is about ensuring that all options for the future of the golf course, in whatever form it may take, but this is about ensuring that all options to modernise and perhaps provide a different facility and outlet for residents of Pendle is explored. We do not want to foreclose all those options and to write it off. We propose to ensure that it is given a good chance, that we do look at all the possibilities. And that is one of the key things in our amendment. And I commend councillors. I'm sure some of the independent group in whose ward this golf course sits would also perhaps like to agree with me. So, Mr. Mayor, I recommend our amendment to all of our colleagues.
Councillor Yasser Iqbal.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, very briefly, I think Councillor Ahmed initially, I think on one of the independence budget, mentioned the magic money tree. Maybe Councillor Coburn Price has now heard the message, and this does sound like the magic money tree. But what was interesting, Mr Mayor, was when we discussed the Marsden golf course, Councillor Coburn Price's suggestion simply was, and I'll use his words, we up the support. If this was a piece of paper, would he have written TBC again? Mm-hmm. That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
You've just said, let's just throw Marsden golf course in. We're not sure how much it's going to cost. Yeah. We said £100,000, let's up the support. Does that mean up the support from £100,000 more? Or from, oh yeah, it's not even, well, that's ridiculous. This is literally the magic money tree, Mr Mayor. I mean, there's the archaeology, which some of the members know I've got a passion for archaeology and something I would support, but it's just ridiculous, this, Mr Mayor. It's just, is it, I'll ask the question, rhetorically, of course, because they can't come back and speak again. Is this a joke? Because that's what it is. And I think we should move to the home.
Thank you. I hate to say this, but I find myself in agreement with the gentleman behind me and the ladies. If we had a heritage officer, then our last mill chimney in Earby wouldn't have been ripped down for no reason, apart from to provide developers with 2 extra houses for unaffordable people to buy. So, and again with the archaeology, I'm very passionate about archaeology, so yes, that would do. If we had a heritage officer, then we could have stood in, we tried English heritage, we tried everything, but no, the developers got to say the beautiful mill chimney came down, there was nothing wrong with it, just for the cost of 2 extra houses for them to make an extra £500,000. So I think quite, I hate to say it, yes guys, I'm with you on this.
Switch. Could we go for the water?
No, round up. Yes, Marsden Golf. Let's finish off on that. We're all sitting there to talk about Marsden. Just to finish off, yes, I would recommend to go...
Mr Mayor, can I just raise a point of order? Councillor Coburn Price has spoken as the mover of the amendment. He doesn't have the last word. It's Councillor Whippers who's over the original motion.
Thank you. Sorry. He doesn't want to speak anyway, so go for the vote.
I've also indicated twice during that discussion.
No, move to vote then.
I said that 15 minutes ago.
Councillor Tom Whip.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Ash, Sarah, and indeed members of my group.
I don't want to know you. That's it.
Come here. Travel 3 hours to get here.
Yeah, they are desperate for members of the talk.
We I really appreciate the passion you brought there. And it's a real shame that that wasn't brought to the negotiating table at that recess, because we could have had that good faith discussion about what we really wanted. We could have had a good faith amendment put forward with the items that could have a consensus across this room, or at least the majority.
Never gave us a chance.
Unfortunately, what we've got before us is an amendment that was put forward in jest. I do agree, it was a joke, with some good things thrown in. And you've put forward the Marsden Golf Club again. There is clearly not a majority in this room that will vote in favour of that. And this amendment is a time waster.
Yes.
No. Well, just if you don't agree with it, right? We might win.
Mr. Mayor.
Your leader has the point out meeting,
Sorry,
I didn't say that. It wasn't me.
Mr. Mayor, I think if the Conservatives were serious about wanting to work with us and find agreement on budget items, they should have brought that to the table earlier on today. Unfortunately, they didn't.
How's it work?
And we're at this point now. Move to the vote.
Mr Mayor, responding to the debate.
I need to come back. I need to speak. Yeah, Mr. Howard would like to speak.
Sorry. In fact, forgive my adult brain, but the Constitution tells me that the mover of the amendment shall have the right to reply,
Yes.
or the mover of the original most replies at the end of the debate. Sorry about that. Sorry for any misunderstanding. Therefore, if there are no other speakers, it would be for Councillor Gordon Price to speak, and then Councillor if he wishes to do so. But if Councillor Nadeem Ahmed wants to speak, then he may, because I don't believe he's spoken.
So I'll give way to Councillor Coleman.
Right.
We're going to say the same.
Thank you. Right. Here we go again then. So, just to close off, yes, let's bring Marsden Golf Course back to the original number proposed by the officers of 100. Let's do the conservation officer. Everybody now seems bought into that, and the archaeology side up as well. These things are about our heritage, and that's a tiny amount to spend on that. And the contribution by Nelson Town Council is a fine toe in the water for them in terms of financial responsibility that other town and parish councils have got to bear every single day. So, nothing else to say. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, much has been said about conservation officers, archaeology. The reality is that the majority of conservation areas in Pendle were created in order to tap into funding sources. So the Whitefield Conservation Area was set up to tap into significant funding. Those in Barnolds were set to tap into funding as well. The reality is that a conservation officer would not help, as in case of the military in Erie, help to retain that chimney at all, David. The reality of that situation was the Environment Agency came along, wanted flood alleviation work, which cost a lot of money and undeveloped land, quite rightly, and that made the scheme unviable. No amount of conservation officer would have changed that situation at all. The position with Nelson Town Hall is, I think, that the Nelson Town Council ought to be actually taking responsibility for a lot of this building, not charging them but encouraging them to actually embrace it and take it on. And that fits in with the wider accommodation strategy, which would see Pendle Council being based over the road for its remaining term. As for Marsden Golf Course, it's a nonsense. £100,000, over £1,000 per member. It just does not stack up. The proposal that we have on the table is to retain that as a green hill sign through utilising it for biodiversity net gain. Councillor David Coleman Price says, well, golf courses aren't very good for biodiversity. Well, exactly. The proposal is to make it, to rewild it, and to make it somewhere that wildlife will thrive and residents would appreciate, because it isn't a developed area. It's using it for something sensible. So I would urge members not to support this. It's £155,000 of spending, which the budget has already been pushed up, and that 155k comes straight out of reserves, which I thought the Conservative group would be not to draw down.
This is therefore a recorded vote on Councillor Copeland Price's amendment, which was seconded by Councillor Iqbal. And if you would again indicate your votes for or against this amendment as follows: Mohammed Adnan.
Against.
Faraz Ahmad. Against. Nadeem Ahmed. For. Sajjad Ahmed. Against. Zafar Ali.
Against.
Mohammed Ahmed.
Against.
Ruby Anwar.
Against.
Naeem Ashra.
Against.
Mohammed Aslan.
For.
Chris Church.
Against.
David Copeland Price. For. Sarah Copeland Price.
For.
Mohammed Alif.
Against.
David Hartley.
Abstain.
Mohammed Iqbal.
Against.
Yasser Iqbal.
Against.
Mohammed Khalid. For. Susan Land.
Against.
Dorothy Lord.
Against.
Asjad Mahmood. Brian Newman.
Yes.
Kevin Salter. For. Mick Strickland. Against. Martin Stone.
For.
Ash Sutcliffe. For. Yvonne Tennant.
Against.
David Whip.
Against.
Tom Whip.
Against.
The amendments lost, so it's 4 is 8, against 19, 1 abstain.
Back to original motion for.
So we go back to the original motion. Wait.
Yeah, close the vote.
Any more speakers?
Yeah, we're supposed to clarify the motion.
Yeah. So we'll go for the, again, vote. Councillor Wick, can you clarify your motion?
Clarify what, Mr Mayor? I think we've elaborated enough.
We know, it's fine.
So he's voting on Councillor Whip's motion?
Yes.
The motion.
Without the £30,000?
Well, that's the...
Well, that's been voted on.
So we voted.
So we're now voting on the substantive motion proposed by Councillor Whip, seconded by Councillor Tom. Mohammed Adnan.
Against.
Faraz Ali.
Against.
Nadeem Ahmed.
Against.
Sajid Ahmed.
Against.
Zafar Ali. Against. Mohammed Ahmed.
Against.
Ruby Anwar.
Against.
Naim Ashraf.
Against.
Mohammed Aslam.
Against.
Chris Church.
For.
David Coleman Price.
Against.
Sarah Coleman Price.
Against.
Mohammed Hanif. David Hartley.
For.
Mohammed Iqbal.
Against.
Yasser Iqbal.
Against.
Mohammed Khalid.
Against.
Susan Land.
For.
Dorothy Lord.
For.
Asjad Mahmood.
Against.
Brian Newman.
For.
Kevin Salter.
Against.
Mick Strickland. Martin Stone.
Against.
Ash Sutcliffe.
Against.
Yvonne Tennant.
Against.
David Whip.
For.
Tom Whip.
For.
Thank you.
We just sit here because this lot can sort it out now.
So what's happening now? What we're doing?
So the motion is lost. 4 is 8 and against 20.
Sorry?
So the motion is lost.
Yeah.
Everyone we had disease.
Yeah, if you drop up your number, please.
Oh, we're Tory solution.
You've sent some videos. I did. You missed that. What are you asking?
Dreaming. Town.
I'm opening it. I'm opening it. Small lectures, but...
Could we go to the item number 6, council tax? We'll come back to that one and see.
Mr. Mayor,
How can you want the council?
how can you set the council tax without having a budget?
Yeah, you have to set the budget first.
No. As the officer says, the regulation has been passed. No. So,
Are we having another adjournment, Mr. Mayor? No, I think we have to. Another one? No, we have to, otherwise we need to move forward, don't we? What time?
so someone wants to propose and, we would have to have another meeting, so it's better it's sorted out tonight.
Yeah.
It has to be sorted out tonight.
I move that we have an adjournment, Mr. Mayor, for 15 minutes.
Until 11 p.m.
I'll second that, so we'll have 15 minutes.
This Pendle Council livestream will start in just a few minutes. You can view tonight's meeting agenda by visiting pendle.gov.uk/meetings, where the upcoming meeting notes are available to view. We will go live very soon. All of the future Pendle meeting agendas, as well as the previous meeting reports and minutes, can be viewed on the council website at pendle.gov.uk/meetings. Tonight's meeting will start shortly.
Biscuit kind of good, they're
Thank you, everyone. Please take a seat. Yeah. I'm going to ask one of the officers to start and go through the list, and we're going to vote on every item one at a time. So, could I ask Karen? Okay. Can you? Yeah. Okay.
So we're legally obliged to set a budget before we can set the council tax. We have until the 11th of March to set a budget and council tax. However, our council tax bills are due to be printed next week. So in order to meet the deadline of the council tax bills being printed, we need to agree budget by the 3rd, which is Monday, the 3rd of March. If we don't agree budget by the 3rd of March, we'll miss our slot for printing the bills, which means we'll be put to the back of the queue printing the bills, and we then won't have enough time to give the residents the required notification for taking the direct debits on the 1st of April. So we won't be able to take the council tax direct debits on the 1st of April. However, we will still have to pay our preceptors as if we had taken the direct debits on the 1st of April. So there will be a significant financial implication, a cash flow implication for the council. So it doesn't look like we're going to agree budget tonight, so I think we need to meet again on Monday. The latest.
Can't we go through it line by line? Yeah, let's go through it.
Unless the majority of members vote to continue, the meeting would adjourn anyway, and the business will be considered a date and time fixed by you.
Can't we just go through it line by line?
With the next meeting, so
I don't want to come on Monday, I've got another meeting.
To establish whether people want to continue.
Mr. Howard, going to say
Obviously, it's rare that we sit this late. It has happened, but rarely. And the Constitution provides that unless a majority of members present vote for the meeting to continue with all or any of the remaining business, any meeting that lasts up to 11 p.m. will adjourn immediately. So we really need at this point to establish whether a majority of members of the meeting wish for it to continue and deal with the business. So in that sense, I think the Mayor will need to ask people on a simple majority, do you want to continue this meeting beyond, well, we're technically over 11 p.m. now, but in terms of conducting the business.
Could we go for the vote?
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, you need to have a proposal on the table.
For how long?
Somebody would need to propose it.
Councillor Nadeem Ahmed.
Can I propose that we continue the meeting? I'll do that.
Thank you. Could we all go for the vote? All those in favour? It's carried.
Well,
Mr. Mayor, can I move the capital programme as set out previously? If we start to go through the capital programme on a line-by-line basis, we will be here for an eternity. So, as previously moved, I propose the capital programme.
Have you got a seconder?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, can I just have a clarification? What does that include? Are we looking at your...
As previously proposed, the capital programme.
Proposed by whom?
By me, earlier on.
Okay, well, I'm not... I know it's 7 o'clock and we want to leave, but we want to do it right. It's not simply a case of putting it on and leaving. Because, for example, the one you proposed, I'm just picking one example. I think that was the only differentiated feature. For example, Mars Golf Course. I looked at the 3 separate. I think we need some clarity because I'm not sure what it is exactly that's being put forward, what's been agreed by when, firstly by whom, and by when we agreed on and disagreed on a number of things. I think I've seen a nodding of heads around the room. So if someone can clarify whether it's Councillor Wick, whether it's you, Mr Mayor, someone needs to clarify.
Mr Mayor, if I may be permitted to speak again. So the proposal is, I'll get the other glasses on. So the proposal is that we do not proceed with the waste transfer station in the sum of £2.21 million. The reasons for not doing that is, first of all, the advent of local government reorganisation means that it may not be needed. There could be a completely different pattern of waste collection, disposal and transfer arrangement. The County Council are wanting a ramp that could cost £2 million on top of the funding that has already been earmarked for it. It's in the middle of a residential area which is going to excite everybody to rear up and do away with it. Finally, the County Council ought to be continue to pay the waste transfer costs. We've got a perfectly adequate waste transfer station at the end of Regent Street, and that could continue to be used, and the County Council could continue to pay for that, and that would work, and it's not going to cost a small fortune. So by taking away the 2.21 million, we would have the funding for the compulsory purchase of homes, public realm, leisure, crematoria, asset transfers, and the biodiversity net gain. Otherwise, it would be as the officers put forward. So I move that, and Councillor Landers seconded it.
Councillor Iqbal.
So I'm happy in terms of taking that capital cost out, but what I'm not happy with is to support the wish list that Councillor Wick has proposed. So in terms of capital programme, if his proposal is that we move the capital programme minus the £2.21 million, I'll be happy to support that. We're very sorry to do so. We can argue about the revenue then afterwards.
Could we go for the vote?
Mr. Mayor, that's not what I proposed.
Can I move an amendment there? So we approve the capital programme minus the £2.21 million, and the £2.21 million goes back into reserves for the time being.
Have you got a seconder? Shall we go for the vote?
Mr. Mayor, that's clearly a nonsense because the money isn't in reserve in the first place.
So it doesn't work.
Any speakers? Shall we go for the vote for Councillor Iqbal?
Can I just clarify that if I understand that 2.21 was to be borrowed? So we take the capital programme minus the 2.21 is my proposal.
Obviously, again, on Councillor Iqbal's amendment, Mohammed Adnan. 4. Faraz Ahmad. 4. Nadine Ahmed.
Abstain.
Sajjad Ahmed. 4. Zafar Ali.
4.
Mohammed Ahmed. 4. Ruby Anwar.
4.
Naeem Ashraf. 4. Mohammed Aslam. 4.
I'm against.
Chris Church. 4. David Coben Price.
Abstain.
Sarah Coben Price.
Against.
Mohammed Hamid.
4.
David Hartley.
4.
Mohammed Iqbal.
4.
Yasser Iqbal.
4.
Mohammed Khalid. 4. Susan Lamb.
4.
Dorothy Lord.
4.
Asjad Mahmood. Brian Newman.
4.
Kevin Salter.
Abstain.
Mitch Strickland.
4.
Martin Stone.
Against.
Ash Sutcliffe. Yvonne Tennant.
4.
David Whip.
4.
Tom Whip.
4.
The amendment is carried and the votes were 4, 22, against 3, abstain 3.
Mr. Mayor, can I move an amendment against the substantive motion? Can I propose, Mr. Mayor, that the line for CPOs, second one down, in the 25-26 proposals includes a sum of £600,000? I move.
Seconder.
So this is for the empty homes having a pot of money to buy them up and get them occupied.
Councillor Yasser.
The law is 8755. Is that the one we're looking at? CPO 8755. Increasing that to how much, sorry?
Decrease.
600,000. Additional 600.
Yes. From the 2.21 million that we've just taken out.
Oh, okay. Effectively borrowing, isn't it? Yeah, thank you.
It could be self-funding. If you buy the house, do it up, sell it.
Yeah. Back to that deals.
Depends if you keep it for temporary accommodation, perhaps.
Any speakers? Councillor Iqbal.
Mayor, I think that's a sensible proposal and I urge colleagues to support that.
Right, can...
I'm going to shake, so shall I? John.
Can we go? Right. Name vote.
It is indeed. So this is a vote for or against Councillor Whip's amendment to the what was the substantive motion that Councillor Iqbal gave.
Yes.
That was seconded by
Second by Mr. Hartley.
Councillor Hart. Yeah. It was seconded by Councillor Hart. Right. Mohammed Adnan. 4. Faraz Ahmed. 4. Nadeem Ahmed. 4. Sajjad Ahmed. 4. Zafar Ali. 4. Mohammed Ahmed. 4. Ruby Anwar.
4.
Naeem Ashraf. 4. Mohammed Aslam.
4.
Chris Church. 4. David Coben Price. 4. Sarah Coben Price.
4.
Mohammed Hamid. 4. David Hartley. 4. Mohammed Iqbal. 4. Yasser Iqbal. 4. Mohammed Khalid. 4. Susan Land.
4.
Dorothy Ward.
4.
Asjad Mahmood. 4. Brian Newman.
4.
Richard O'Connor. Not here. Kevin Salter. 4. Mick Strickland. 4. Martin Stone. 4. Ash Sutcliffe. 4. Yvonne Tennant.
4.
David Whip.
4.
Tom Whip.
4.
And
ordering pizza.
That's clearly countable.
So that's a clear.
Yeah. Further amendment, Mr. Mayor. Can I propose that a sum of £210,000 is included in the line for public realm works in Bonaldwick, Briarfield and Erie?
Your second?
Second that.
Any speakers? David?
Yes, whilst I support investment in public realm, A, we need to make sure we own these assets and we're not just upgrading somebody else's assets. And B, I'd like to propose a little amendment to it, if you're happy to accept that, which is to invest in the waterside area of Cone as part of the levelling up plan, as part of the Cone master plan that was recently finalised. Maybe a sum of 100,000 would be lovely.
Any more speakers?
Shovel ready. Shovel ready.
It is shovel ready.
Shovel ready. Shovel ready.
Is there any more speakers?
Mr. Mayor, just responding to that, by the Constitution we're not allowed to put any amendments that have not already been included in amendments or proposals in the meeting. So I think that suggestion would be ruled out of order. However, I am aware that there's a munificence of funding from Lancashire County Council for work in Colne through the Levelling Up Fund, and I'm sure that the £100,000 that's suggested would be eminently suitable for being funded from that pot of money, where there's a considerable amount more of it. I think it was 50 million quid.
Another name vote?
Public realm, 210,000.
Right. Thank you. Quiet.
This is a name vote on Councillor Whip's further amendment to add a sum of 210,000 for public realm.
In specific places.
Yeah. All those in favour, Mohammed Adnan.
For.
Faraz Ahmad.
For.
Nadeem Ahmed.
Against.
Sajjad Ahmed.
For.
Zafar Ali.
For.
Mohammed Ahmed.
For.
Ruby Anwar.
For.
Naeem Ashraf.
For.
Mohammed Aslam.
Abstain.
Chris Church. For. David Coleman Price.
Against.
Sarah Coleman Price.
Against.
Mohammed Hamid. David Hartley.
For.
Mohammed Iqbal.
For.
Yasser Iqbal.
For.
Mohammed Kaleem.
Abstain.
Susan Land.
For.
Dorothy Lord.
For.
Asjad Mahmood. Brian Newman. For. Kevin Salter. Nick Strickland. For. Martin Stone.
Against.
Ash Sutcliffe.
Against.
Yvonne Tennant.
For.
David Whip.
For.
Tom Whip.
For.
Right. The in favour is 20, against 6, abstain 2.
Mr. Mayor, can I move a further amendment to include an additional £750,000 on the line for leisure assets? Mr. Mayor, this is proposed very much to follow what we started last year with the £1 million of investment, to use as match funding to have further energy saving measures, and to continue investment in those facilities, and particularly for the leisure centre in Colne, where both Wavelengths and West Craven have are benefiting from Swimming Pool Support Fund, but Colne has missed out on that funding repeatedly. The other aspect of this is, Mr Mayor, that the public sector decarbonisation bit, which is in the sum of £2.5 million, is entirely for Wavelengths and West Craven, and again, Colne is missing out. So the proposal is to include that 750,000 additional funding with a particular emphasis on some investment going into Colne, but that doesn't preclude investment into the facilities as well. I move, Mr Mayor, 750,000.
You have a seconder?
They've got a leisure review. You should say so. They've got a leisure review, the commission
Go. Any speakers?
Can I just ask one question? Really? Is that obviously we've talked about the leisure review for many years now, and we're now proposing to spend more and more money on these leisure assets. Where is the leisure review up to? Public sector decarbonisation grant for Wavelengths and West Craven is not going to solve it and bring it back to a financially sustainable situation. Nor would anything like this be done for Colne. I mean, it's a made-up number for a project that's got no legs. Is that right? Or are you going to tell me some facts?
No more speakers, so...
Well, Mr Mayor, I'll respond to that. Earlier this evening, the Conservative group said that we ought to invest more in climate grants, and that would actually save money. And here we have a practical example of having a pot of money which we can use as match funding to get climate grants. This is a case of put your money where your mouth is. I am responding to the debate, Mr Mayor, so Councillor Sarah Ford invited me here to come back in. It's a case of put your money where your mouth is, and you know, either you vote for this and support Colne Leisure Centre, or you don't support it and you don't support Colne Leisure Centre.
Councillor Sarah?
I'm not allowed to.
Another name vote.
It's clear on what this is about. Anybody not clear on what this is about? All those in favour of Councillor Whip's further amendment?
I think so.
Or against it? Councillor Mohammed Abno.
For.
Faraz Ahmed.
For.
Nadeem Ahmed.
Abstain.
Sajjad Ahmed.
For.
Zafar Ali.
For.
Mohammed Ahmed.
For.
Ruby Anwar.
For.
Naeem Ashraf. Ahmed Aslam.
Abstain.
Chris Church.
For.
David Coburn Price.
Abstain.
Sarah Coburn Price.
Abstain.
Hanif Mohammed. David Hartley. Mohammed Iqbal. Yasser Iqbal. Mohammed Kaleem. Abstain. Susan Land.
For.
Dorothy Lord.
For.
Asjad Mahmood. Brian Newman. Kevin Salter. Mick Strickland. Martin Stone.
Abstain.
Ash Sutcliffe. Abstain. Yvonne Tennant.
Abstain.
David Witt.
For.
Tom Witt.
For.
Thank you.
Why the independents just accept the budget in the first place? I mean, it's past everything anyway.
Thank you. So the vote was 4, was 19, abstain 9.
Mr Mayor, further amendment, could I propose the inclusion of £100,000 for feasibility design work on a Pendle crematorium. I move.
Seconder.
It makes money.
Any speakers? Would we go for the vote? Name vote.
Mohammed Abnon.
Against.
Faraz Ahmad.
I'm against that.
Nadeem Ahmed. Abstain. Sajjad Ahmed.
Against.
Zafar Ali.
Against.
Mohammed Ahmed.
Against.
Ruby Anwar.
Against.
Naeem Ashraf.
Against.
Mohammed Aslam.
Abstain.
Chris Church.
4.
David Coburn Price.
4.
Sarah Coburn Price.
4.
Mohammed Hanif. David Hartley.
4.
Mohammed Iqbal.
Against.
Yasser Iqbal.
Against.
Mohammed Kaleem.
Against.
Susan Land.
4.
Dorothy Lord. Asjad Mahmood. Brian Newman.
4.
Kevin Salter.
4.
Mick Strickland.
4.
Martin Stone.
Abstain.
Ash Sutcliffe.
4.
Yvonne Tennant.
Against.
David Witt.
4.
Tom Witt.
4.
So 4 is 12, against is 13, abstain 3.
Mr Mayor, final one from me. Could I propose that we include £250,000 for biodiversity net gain projects at Nelson Golf Club and Gig Hill? I don't think we need to give any further explanation. Move that.
Going for the name vote.
We need further information.
The answer.
Mohammed Abner.
Against.
Faraz Ahmad.
Against.
Nadeem Ahmed.
Abstain.
Sajjad Ahmed.
Against.
Zafar Ali.
Against.
Mohammed Ahmed. Ruby Anwar.
Against.
Naeem Ashraf.
Against.
Mohammed Aslam.
Abstain.
Chris Church.
4.
David Coburn Price.
Abstain.
Sarah Coburn Price.
Abstain.
Hanif Mohammed. David Hartley. Mohammed Iqbal.
Against.
Yasser Iqbal.
Against.
Mohammed Kaleem.
Against.
Susan Land.
4.
Dorothy Lord.
4.
Asjad Mahmood.
Yes.
Brian Newman.
4.
Kevin Salter.
Abstain.
Mick Strickland.
4.
Martin Stone.
Against.
Ash Sutcliffe.
Abstain.
Yvonne Tennant.
Against.
David Witt.
4.
Tom Witt.
4.
Four is 8, against 14, 6 abstain. Councillor Archit Mahmood.
There's a subscribe the £1 million reduction. What?
Sorry, what's that?
What's that?
No, Mr Mayor, I didn't move that.
Councillor Iqbal.
Can I move when this was debated earlier, £500,000 for asset transfer? I think looking ahead to local government reorganisation, it's crucial that across Pendle we try and protect as many of our assets and transfer them to the town and parish council, and we allocate some money to start that work already.
Yeah, seconder. Can we go for the vote? Yeah.
Mohammed Adnan. 4. Faraz Ahmed. 4. Nadeem Ahmed. 4. Sajjad Ahmed. 4. Zafar Ali. 4. Mohammed Ahmed. 4. Ruby Anwar.
4.
Naeem Ashraf. 4. Mohammed Aslam.
4.
Chris Church. David Coben Price. 4. Sarah Coben Price.
4.
Hanif Mohammed. 4. David Hartley.
Against.
Mohammed Iqbal.
4.
Yasser Iqbal. 4. Mohammed Khalid. 4. Susan Land.
Against.
Dorothy Lord.
Against.
Asjad Mahmood. Brian Newman. Kevin Salter. 4. Mick Strickland. Against. Martin Stone.
Against.
Ash Sutcliffe.
4.
Yvonne Tennant.
4.
David Witt.
Against.
Tom Witt.
Against.
Four is 19, against 8, abstain 1. Councillor Iqbal.
Mr. Mayor, can I move another addition? We proposed £100,000 for grassroots sports in Pendle. Can I downsize that to £80,000, please?
Yeah, seconded.
Mr Mayor, point of order. On the capital programme, that's a revenue.
We'll finish the capital now, aren't we? That was nice.
It's not capital.
Nothing else on that.
We finished capital.
Finished capital. Capital done.
So,
Mr Mayor, forgive me for intruding, but you need to put the capital programme to bed. So there's a substantive motion on the table as amended. We need to vote on that and see whether there's agreement across the chamber for the substantive motion.
Yeah, so, I'm referring to read the substantive motion has been, it's in several parts. The substantive motion's got several elements to it, hasn't it? So I'm wondering if we need to clarify what all those separate elements are.
Yes.
Can you understand what?
Well, if we understand, fine.
I don't understand it.
Right, okay. Helpful. With the leave of the mayor, we'll outline.
No, stop that.
So all the individual amendments, so it's the budget, the original budget as the capital programme as provided with the original papers, plus all these amendments. So it's plus £600,000 for CCO, plus £210,000 for public realm, plus £750,000 for leisure assets, minus 2.210 million for the waste transfer station, and plus £500,000 for asset transfers.
Yeah. 3.
So that now becomes the substantive motion.
Okay. A name vote?
Mohammed Adnan.
4.
Faraz Ahmad.
4.
Nadeem Ahmed.
Against?
Sajjad Ahmed.
4.
Zafar Ali.
4.
Mohammed Ali.
4.
Ruby Anwar.
4.
Naeem Ashraf.
4.
Mohammed Aslam.
Abstain.
Chris Church.
4.
David Coleman Price.
Against.
Sarah Coleman Price.
Abstain.
Hanif Mohammed.
4.
David Hartley.
4.
Mohammed Iqbal.
4.
Yasser Iqbal. 4. Mohammed Kaleem.
4.
Susan Land.
4.
Dorothy Lord. Aljad Mahmood. Brian Needham.
4.
Kevin Salter. Nick Strickland.
4.
Martin Stone.
Against.
Ash Sutcliffe.
Against.
Yvonne Tennant.
4.
David Witt.
4.
Tom Witt.
4.
Yeah, so 4 against. Yes.
So the votes were 4 was 21, against 4, abstained 3.
Mr Mayor, may I move the resolution on the general fund revenue budget? Yeah? Can I move, I can't, there aren't any numbers on the line, but can I move the entirety of the budget as set out on our sheet, that's what I'm looking at, down to the use of the extended producer responsibility grant at 100%. So, in other words, I'm stopping short of the sanitary fee increase, which I think is a contentious issue. Can I move that, Mr Mayor?
You have a seconder?
To be clear, this does not include the £100,000 for the golf course. It's put that round in circles.
Could we go? Any speakers? Yes.
I mean, it's all been said before, but you know, but I shall reiterate it because obviously you've just repeated what you said before. So, street cleansing arrangement, we voted on that separately earlier, so that should be a yes, not a no.
Because nothing was passed.
Thank you, Mr Whip.
It was voted for and supported.
No, it wasn't.
Yes.
No, it wasn't.
Marsden Golf Course, obviously, we've talked about should remain, and the EPR grant is basically just trying to pinch from next year's budget just to make sure you've got some wriggle room for spending. So they're not great, and I can't support them, I'm afraid.
Councillor Asjad Mahmood.
Amendment for...
Look, Mr Mayor, we need to get this on the table as a substantive motion before we start.
That's been proposed and seconded.
It is proposed and seconded.
Okay. So, Councillor Asjad Mahmood.
Mr Mayor, can I just get a clarification again, if you don't mind? So on your budget,
yes.
You need to stand up.
Sorry, on your budget, so are you proposing that not including EPR?
No.
Anything above that?
Everything above that. So I'm trying to avoid.
That's right. Yes.
Mr. Stone.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Can I ask for clarification before we vote on what seems to be the budget proposal? Again, does this include the EPR or not?
Yes.
So you said above that?
That's 100, no, EPR and above.
So it does include the 950,000. Thank you for that clarification.
Any speakers? No. Would we go for the name vote?
In favour or against Councillor Whip's motion as explained, Mohammed Adnan.
Against.
Farazana. Sorry, Farazana.
Sorry?
Farazana, sorry.
Against.
Nadeem Ahmed.
Abstain. Against, sorry. Against. It's too late.
Sajjad Ahmed.
Against.
Zafar Ali. Against. Mohammed Aman.
Against.
Ruby Anwar.
Against.
Naeem Ashraf.
Against.
Mohammed Aslam.
Against.
Chris Church. For. David Coben Price.
Against.
Sarah Coben Price.
Against.
Hanif Mohammed. David Hartley.
For.
Mohammed Iqbal.
Abstain.
Yasser Iqbal. Mohammed Khalid. Against. Susan Lamb. Dorothy Lord. Asjad Mahmood. Brian Newman. Kevin Salter.
Against.
Mick Strickland. Martin Stone.
Against.
Ash Sutcliffe.
Against.
Yvonne Tennant.
Against.
David Whip.
For.
Tom Whip.
For.
For is 8, against 19, abstain 1.
Mr. Mayor, line by line it is. Can I move to add £321,000 to the base budget for the pay award? I move.
We have to do that. Yeah, we have to do that. But why don't you just go
Seconded.
from there to there? We won't accept. I mean, so.
Who's second?
Me. Why don't you just do that one? You can do that. Up to a certain point.
Can I just make a helpful suggestion? Rather than line by line, we know from the 3 budgets that an awful lot of the yeses agree across all 3. So we don't need to do them one at a time.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I just put them all as a block and you voted it down.
We didn't agree with them.
We don't agree with some of the ones you've not said yes to.
But the top ones are fine, aren't they?
All there.
The top 15 are all fine.
On the interim budget, everything above EPR grant, not including EPR grant, everything above that. Okay? But the last one included EPR. So we're saying we not anything above that.
You have a
So
second?
you're moving that as an amendment? Yeah?
You have a seconder?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we vote for that.
Any more speakers?
Get the next list ready.
Mr. Mayor, I think procedurally I had moved the pay award and that was seconded. So I will withdraw that and this bit then becomes a substantive motion.
Thank you.
Go for what? Chair?
Could we go for the Mr. Honey's motion?
Yeah. Mohammed Adnan. For. Faraz Ahmad. For. Nadeem Ahmed.
Against.
Sajjad Ahmed.
For.
Zafar Ali.
For.
Mohammed Ahmed. For. Ruby Anwar.
For.
Naeem Ashraf. For. Mohammed Aslam. For. Chris Church. For. David Coleman Price.
Against.
Sarah Coleman Price.
Against.
Mohammed Hanif.
For.
David Hartley.
For.
Mohammed Iqbal.
For.
Esther Iqbal. For. Mohammed Khalid. Abstain. Susan Land.
For.
Dorothy Lord.
For.
Adjournment Lee. Brian Newman. For. Kevin Salter. Nick Strickland. For. Martin Stone.
Against.
Ash Sutcliffe.
Against.
Yvonne Tennant.
For.
David Witt.
For.
EPR.
Conway.
60% on the office is 60%. 70% of it one. That's going to work. You can oppose
So the votes were 21 for, 6 against, 1 abstain. Just carry.
Mr. Mayor, as I understand it, that was the substantive motion on the General Revenue Fund. Yeah? Yeah, so we've done the General Revenue Fund now, haven't we?
No.
Councillor Rickbott.
Can I move that we add £80,000 for grassroots sports, Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Mayor, you just voted on the substantive motion.
It wasn't substantive.
It was a substantive
No, it wasn't.
motion. It was very clear that it was a substantive motion. So we've just passed the revenue budget.
No, we haven't. Can move an amendment to it.
No. Councillor Rickbott, you're allowed.
Yeah, I've just
You have
moved
a second?
£80,000 for grassroots sports, Mr. Mayor.
Right.
Second.
Any, any speakers?
There's no speakers.
Could we go for the vote? Name vote?
Mohammed Adnan.
For.
Faraz Ahmad.
For.
Nadeem Ahmed.
Yes.
Sajjad Ahmed.
For.
Zafar Ali. For. Mohammed Ahmed. Ruby Anwar.
For.
Naeem Ashraf. For. Mohammed Aslam.
For.
Chris Church. For.
Somebody pass charge of your
David Coleman Price. For. Sarah Coleman Price.
Against.
Mohammed Hanif.
For.
David Hartley.
For.
Mohammed Iqbal.
For.
Yasser Iqbal. For. Mohammed Khalid. For. Susan Lamb.
For.
Dorothy Lord.
For.
Adjournment Lee. Brian Newman. For. Kevin Salter. For. Nick Strickland. For. Martin Stone.
Against.
Ash Sutcliffe.
Abstain.
Yvonne Tennant.
For.
David Witt.
For.
Tom Witt.
So if 4 is 25, against 2, abstain 1. Councillor Iqbal.
Can I move £60,000 for the apprenticeship scheme, Mr. Mayor?
Do you second that?
Second, Chair. Mr. Mayor.
Any speakers? No. We'll go for the vote.
Mohammed Adnan.
For.
Faraz Ahmad.
For.
Nadeem Ahmed.
Against.
Sajjad Ahmed.
For.
Zafar Ali. For. Mohammed Ahmed.
For.
Ruby Anwar.
For.
Naeem Ashraf. For. Mohammed Aslam.
For.
Chris Church.
Against.
David Coleman Price.
Against.
Sarah Coleman Price.
Against.
Mohammed Hanif.
For.
David Hartley.
Against.
Mohammed Iqbal.
For.
Yasser Iqbal.
For.
Mohammed Khalil.
Abstain.
Susan Land.
Against.
Dorothy Lord.
Against.
Adjournment Mahmood. Brian Newman.
Against.
Kevin Salter.
Against.
Mick Strickland.
Against.
Martin Stone.
Against.
Ash Sutcliffe.
Abstain.
Yvonne Tennant.
For.
David Witt.
Against.
Tom Wick.
Against.
Casting vote, Mr. Mayor.
So all will vote for 4.
Well done.
Yeah, finally from me, Mr. Mayor, going back to the saving lives, can I move the sum of £27,000 to be split? 9,000 to Corn Town Council, 9,000 to Nelson and 9,000 to Bradfield Town Council. With Matt Conley from the Police and Crown Commission and the County Council.
Second that, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
We've done it ourselves. Okay.
Any speakers?
No.
Go for the vote. Name vote.
We've already done it. We don't need the money.
Mohammed Adams.
4.
Faraz Ahmed.
4.
Dean Ahmed. Against. Sajjad Ahmed.
4.
Zafar Ali. 4. Mohammed Ahmed. 4. Ruby Anwar.
4.
Naeem Ashraf. 4. Mohammed Aslam.
Against.
Chris Church.
Against.
David Coleman Price.
Against.
Sarah Coleman Price.
Against.
Mohammed Hamid.
4.
David Hartley.
Against.
Mohammed Iqbal.
4.
Yasser Iqbal.
4.
Kelly Mohammed. Mohammed Kelly.
Abstain.
Susan Lamb.
Against.
Dorothy Lord.
Against.
Azjab Mahmood. Brian Newman.
Against.
Kevin Salter.
Against.
Mick Strickland.
Against.
Martin Stone.
Against.
Ash Sutcliffe.
Against.
Yvonne Tennant.
4.
David Witt.
Against.
Tom Wick.
Against.
Concede, Mr. Mayor.
Lost.
So 4 is 12. Against 15 and 1 abstain.
So that's lost.
Councillor David.
So our turn now. So could I propose an amendment, please, for our conservation officer, plus the archaeology service, a grand total of 30,000 to your heritage will thankful. I move.
Second.
We just have to brief pause while we print some more of each year.
Yeah. Print some more. More.
I want to do one.
Mr. Mayor, can we also order some smaller than pizza? Oh, that's
Não sei, mas vai ser
Aqui no sítio já foi, que Deus tinha que ver hoje, não? You can go if you want. If you want to go, you go. Don't wait for the bird. Let's go.
Exactly. How would you do that?
You get conservation officer.
You put it into the day, you know. It's complete, yeah.
Pressed him by mistake.
Several days ago. I did.
So, back to the Conservation Officer and the Archaeology sign-up. Grand total 30,000 to protect your heritage, get your conservation area appraisals up to date, etc. etc. So, grand total 30,000. Could I move?
Second.
Mohammed Abdul.
Against.
Faraz Ahmad.
Against.
Nazim Ahmed. For. Sajjad Ahmed.
Against.
Zafar Ali.
Against.
Mohammed Ahmed. Ruby Anwar.
Against.
Naeem Ashraf. Sorry?
He's gone.
Oh, he's gone. Mohammed Aslam.
Abstain.
Chris Church. David Coburn Price.
4.
Sarah Coburn Price.
4.
Hanif Mohammed. David Hartley.
4.
Mohammed Iqbal.
Against.
Yasser Iqbal. Against. Mohammed Khalid. 4. Susan Land.
Against.
Dorothy Lord.
Against.
Asjad Mahmood. Brian Newman. Kevin Salter. 4. Nick Strickland. Against. Martin Stone. 4. Ash Sutcliffe. 4. Yvonne Tennant.
Abstain.
David Witt.
Against.
Tom Witt.
Is collecting pizzas.
4.
Somebody's fraudulently voting against me.
That's very kind of it, yes. Look forward to the pizzas.
So, ready
Eight in favour, 16 against, 2 abstain.
Right, move another one, please.
Right.
Don't worry, I'm not going to go through the whole list, okay? Right ideas, good ideas as they were. That's if all your lot left the room, who knows what might get here. Right, tying in with the corporate plan and the many complaints by residents about the amount of litter and dog pest, we would like to move the share of profits generated by a new and more accountable Clean Streets contract aligned to the corporate plan, as well as a sort of public information attached to it about don't drop litter. So this generates savings, we estimate, of £30,000. I'll move that one.
Your seconder. Councillor Whip.
I'd like to speak on it.
Yes, too late for a debate.
Mr. Mayor, the private enforcement company that we had working in Pendle caused mayhem, took hundreds of thousands of pounds out of the local economy. The operators, the company operating the service, went for the easy targets. They didn't address dog fouling, they didn't address littering, and as a consequence, this council was in ill repute. I'm not quite sure why Councillor Stone has taken a bit of it. Well, it's gone midnight, so my brain's gone. This is a despicable attempt to bring back that district enforcement type operation. It does not result in cleaner streets because the end result of the last fiasco was equally dirty streets as they were. But what it did do was persecute people who were vulnerable, who may well have done something wrong, but they didn't go for the dog foulers. They went for dogs off leading parks. That was a horrendous. So, Mr. Mayor, I would urge the council not to support this. I think it's a vendetta against ordinary people here in Pendle, and it's not something that the council should have any part of.
Councillor Nadeem Ahmed.
I disagree with Councillor Pan, this is really late, but in terms of being a vendetta, it's not a vendetta against members of the public. I'm not saying we're going to have the same company, district of people you employed before, So that's the whole point of it. That's what council called the price like that. They'd be more accountable. So we look into it, find out who it is, and we tell them what sort of enforcement we want carried out in Pendle. So it doesn't have to be, for example, the complaints about certain bits of litter which people felt was insignificant, even though I disagree with, but I accept the point. In terms of the fact, for example, the fag ends, people said it's only small and it doesn't matter, but actually the worse in certain aspects. But I can't think anymore. But I think the point is, it doesn't have to be that contract. We can speak to another company and we tell them this is sort of issues we want tackling here.
Councillor Sarah.
Well, obviously, there was no persecution of people who don't drop litter or let their dogs do dog poo fouling. And so really, I am not sorry that they had to pay fines. There was one lady at Ball Grove who was apprehended for letting her dog foul Ball Grove Nature Reserve. And then 2 hours passed and they caught her again. Well, they caught the dog, but then they caught her sort of walking away and leaving the dog. And people knew that there was a chance in Pendle that you would be fined if you drop litter or you let your dog foul. And that's normal. If you look at all the other councils, I keep being amazed at why Pendle sees itself as different. It's the only place that doesn't subscribe to archaeology. It's the only place that doesn't have any dots for non-designated heritage assets. It's the only place that doesn't charge for bulky waste in the whole of Lancashire. It's one of the very few places with a taxi licensing committee. It's the only place that doesn't have enforcement for dog poo fouling and for dropping litter. What is it about Pendle that it's its own little microcosm? Other places do things better. Other places have cleaner streets. We did have cleaner streets. We had a deterrent. It is carrot and stick. And I am the only councillor that watched all the videos with Michelle Walker at Fleet Street. We watched these videos of the so-called persecuted people. And actually they weren't persecuted. There was one that we rescinded. There was a 16-year-old boy, but he did not look like a 16-year-old boy. And it was rescinded because he wasn't of the age. There were no sweet little blue-rinsed old ladies or bent double old men. And I'll tell you why that is. Because they don't drop litter. The people who drop litter, all the demographics tell us, and I'm just looking at all the men, are men. They are men aged between 18 and 35. They are by far and away the people who drop litter. It's not sweet old ladies, it's men, and it's younger men.
I'm not saying this tonight.
It's true. It's absolutely true. And so, again, we have an anomaly that Pendle Council somehow thinks it's different from all the other places and doesn't do the same as the other places. And then the result is that you speak to residents and you do a Life in Pendle survey, and the thing that they all say is there's too much litter. Ruby said it earlier. So there has to be a way that's both carrot and stick. And this is the stick that we needed. It's the missing part of the equation. And the amount of money that Pendle got from this service was a maximum of £30,000 a year, which would have paid for the heritage officer.
Councillor Dorothy Lord.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think somebody mentioned earlier about the members of the public being penalised by these enforcement officers. What they actually were terrorised. And there was a lot of quite a few examples of people.
Did she see the videos? She didn't see the videos.
Can I just have my supper?
Is that the legend budget? is that the legend budget?
It's not I'm doing.
Do you have a hospitality budget?
And, all right, there was an example of a young lady who had picked a child up from school, dropped a cigarette butt on the floor. She was...
It's the pizza box.
She was followed home right to went in the house, and she was absolutely frank to death. So it's that kind of thing that just wasn't right, and it didn't go down well in public. We'll always have litter. We'll always have.
Quiet, please.
I don't condone any of that. I think people should look after themselves and the dogs, but it was just a it was just a terrible experience for lots of people.
Can I just respond and wrap up to that one? Again, hearsay. It's a story, it's a story, it's a story. If those people had a complaint, you should have asked to see the video, not just believe them randomly. They wore cameras for a reason. Sarah saw every single video. You know this from the debates we had before on the RP. So if you have a video, there's the proper evidence. All the people that said, I was harassed, I was chased, I was this, they're all caught on video swearing like troopers. No offence to troopers, they do swear a lot, but that's what happens on these videos. So that is what happens. It's not the I've been oppressed. No, you didn't. So, I move a brand new contract. There was no point having the debrief after the last contract, because that was the one where we learnt from the mistakes, and it's time to move on to a new one to address the residents' concerns for the amount of mess and the amount of dog poo that is everywhere. Getting worse. We want to do something about it, but you clearly don't. Unless you want to change your mind.
Could we go for the vote?
Mohammed Adnan.
Against.
Faraz Ahmed. Against. Dean Ahmed. For. Sajjad Ahmed.
Against.
Zafar Ali. Against. Mohammed Ahmed. Against. Ruby Anwar.
For.
Mohammed Aslam.
For.
Chris Church. Against. David Coben Price.
For.
Sarah Coben Price.
For.
Mohammed Hamid. David Hartley.
Against.
Mohammed Iqbal.
Against.
Yasser Iqbal. Susan Land.
Against.
Dorothy Ward. Sorry. Dorothy Ward. Asjad Mahmood. Brian Neely. Again. Kevin Salter.
Hang on. Four. I know, I'm just trying to copy.
Nick Strickland. Against. Martin Stone.
For.
Ash Sutcliffe. For. Yvonne Tennant.
Against.
David Witt.
Against.
Tom Witt.
Against.
Right, final one.
Oh, no. Fine, wait. Result.
Oh, result, yeah. I'm so keen now. Well and go. Let's get it.
Four is 8 against 18. Yes.
I hope you don't said anything on the way home. Right. Final one. Final one. Paying for your fair share of the use of the town hall by Nelson Town Council. The grand total of £25,000 per year. I think it's actually probably the only thing we could vote for tonight that actually is going to reduce the amount we're going to have to dip into reserves. So I encourage a final bit of responsibility by those who have two hats in this room, that are also Nelson Town Council, that knowledge they must start to take their part, get you into training for when you might take it over in the long run. You know. And I encourage support from all people so that we end on a high. Thank you.
Second is open.
Any speakers?
Move to the wall, Chair.
No. Can we go for the vote?
Mohammed Adnan.
It's gone.
Faraz Ahmed.
Against.
Nadeem Ahmed. For. Sajjad Ahmed.
Against.
Zafar Ali.
Against.
Mohammed Ahmed. Ruby Anwar.
Against.
Naeem Ashraf. Sorry. Mohammed Aslam.
For.
Chris Church.
Against.
David Coleman Price.
4.
Sarah Coleman Price.
4.
Mohammed Ali.
Against.
David Hartley.
4.
Mohammed Iqbal.
Against.
Yasser Iqbal.
Again.
Susan Land.
Against.
Dorothy Lord.
Against.
Asjad Mahmood. Brian Newman.
Yep. Against.
Kevin Salter. 4. Nick Strickland. Against. Martin Stone. 4. Ash Sutcliffe. 4. Yvonne Tennant.
Against.
David Witt.
Against.
Tom Witt.
Against.
How much of this one?
Trying to figure it out.
Yeah. 8 is in favour, 70 against. What's next?
Can I move item 6, Mr. Mayor?
Just these numbers keep another real disagreement again.
Oh, the last one.
These two got through. And save 6 and save 8.
I've stopped looking at it.
So it says we set up.
Right, next is item 6, council tax.
Move the resolution, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Oh. Name vote.
Is it clear what we are voting on?
Council tax
Faraz Ahmed. 4. Nadeem Ahmed. 4. Sajjad Ahmed.
4.
Zafar Ali. 4. Mohammed Ahmed. 4. Ruby Anwar.
4.
Mohammed Aslam.
4.
Chris Church.
Abstain.
Sorry?
Abstain.
David Coleman Price.
4.
Sarah Coleman Price.
4.
Hamid Mohammed. 4. David Hartley.
4.
Iqbal Mohammed.
4.
Sorry, Yasser Iqbal.
Again.
Susan Land.
4.
Dorothy Lord.
4.
Asjad Mahmood. Brian Newman. 4. Kevin Salter. 4. Nick Strickland. 4. Martin Stone. 4. Ash Sutcliffe. 4. David Tennant.
Against.
David Witt.
Abstain.
Tom Witt.
When we offer.
Yeah.
If we away, wait. If we never. Never. I don't know what. Actually, seeing that was so only what something real. Only got nothing stopping you.
بسم الله يفتح لك مش تدين بسيط خايف الناس فيه
21 for, 1 against, 3 abstain. Number 7.
Can I move the recommendations, Mr. Mayor?
One more though, please.
Name vote. Item number 7 we're going.
Faraz Ahmed.
For.
Nadeem Ahmed. Sajjad Ahmed.
For.
Zafar Ali. Mohammed Ahmed. Ruby Anwar. Mohammed Aswan.
Abstain.
Chris Church. David Coben Price. Sarah Coben Price. Hanif Mohammed. David Harley. Mohammed Iqbal. Yasser Iqbal. Susan Land. Dorothy Lord. Adjournment Mahmood. Brian Newton. Kevin Salter. Nick Strickland. Martin Stone.
Abstain.
Ash Sutcliffe. Yvonne Tennant. David Wick. Tom Wick.
For, 3 yes. Next is item 8, ruling out of order. So there's not even a motion. So I'm ruling it out. Yeah.
Can you repeat the pizzas with
Councillors, ladies and gentlemen, please be discussed. Councillor we won't see
Can you can we sing on to that?